All right. Good morning, everybody. Our first talk's gonna be Owen Best. He's our NAWAMP coordinator. In presentation, he'll be presenting us his report on woody encroachment and herbaceous diversity in Little River Basin. And I'll turn it over to Owen.
Morning, everyone. Like I said, I'm Owen Best, NAWAMP coordinator over all public land, wetland units, and private land programs dealing with waterfowl management. So today we're going to go over some vegetation and characteristics of Little River Basin over the last decade. So a brief history and narrative. It's about 30,000 acres, which is 46 square miles. It's of very high importance for waterfowl and shorebirds. So much so that in 1971, it was listed as a Ramsar wetland of international importance. There's only about 10 of those in the U.S. So it's pretty important for migrating shorebirds, especially with the amount of habitat available to them at those time periods. It's important to keep that going. As far as history goes, pre the early 1970s, it was a lower water level. It was grazed and hayed along the upper regions of the lake. And then in 1972, the Black River Lock was created downstream of the basin. So it caused water levels to raise dramatically. They fought that by putting in a 17.5 mile diversion canal, which empties below the Black River Lock back into the Black River, which helps to manage water levels. It's managed through a tri-party agreement, some of which I'll talk about today, but mostly I just want to go over the vegetation stuff. So water level management in that tri-party agreement, it has a set schedule of what water levels are going to be. Of course, those fluctuate based on rain events, but basically, black is dry, green is flooded to the tree line, and red is the highest that they want to manage that water at 34 feet. And then it has some drawdown periods. So the study methodology, Jason Olzak, Larry Reynolds, some LSU people put together a study to quantify woody encroachment on the lake basin that's been going on since 2010. 60 randomly located plots, 48 of them are herbaceous, 12 are woody, and they range in elevations from 27.5, which is the bottom, to 34, which is uncontested at the time. Sampling time frame, we go out in October just to minimize disturbance on waterfowl and also to see the climax plant community. If you go out too early, you won't get the climax, and it would be biased data. Herbaceous is a quarter of the plot. It's 5 meters squared. Basically, we record species composition, average height, percent bare ground. Woody similar, but it's the full plot. 2.5 meter radius. Do stem count, average height, canopy cover, and then these are the location of the points. Historically, they were put into the 5 major regions and placed into areas that were being managed actively against woody vegetation encroachment. There hasn't been a whole lot of woody management since 2012, but we've maintained the point locations. So this is a point down in the bottom, 27.5 feet. This is up closer to the wood line, and then this is inside the woods, just to give you a reference of what those areas look like. So woody encroachment, that's the biggest issue that we were looking at when we started. 17 unique species of woody species so far, mainly 3 concerned species. That's going to be swamp privet, water elm, and bald cypress. Bald cypress is pretty low, but as you can see, swamp privet is this gray line. It fluctuates a lot. A lot of that had to do with management back in 2012, 2013. And then water elm has decreased a little bit. This is looking just at the herbaceous plots and the woody encroachment in those, because woody plots are going to look the same. But basically what we're trying to prevent is this sort of habitat turning into this, and to monitor that. The staff up there do a great job of trying to spray some of that, which I'll talk about here in a minute. But first, I want to go over a few photos. We take photo points at each of these plots. This is a plot next to French Fork. Used to be Springletop and Millet, and now this is a photo from 2021. Last year I went out and I could not find the plot because there's so many willow trees, 2 to 3 inches. I couldn't swing my metal detector. So I don't have a photo that represents just how woody that area is, but it's becoming an issue. Again, Springletop and Millet turning into Sagittarius and Privet. More of the same. So you can see how in the photo on the left, there's a few out there. By the time 2022 rolls around, it's getting thicker and thicker. So woody encroachment's obviously a problem, but we also monitor the herbaceous vegetation just to see what's going on with water levels and duck food availability. So for species richness, you have 12 to 38 species a year. The average is about 31 species. With 6 heavy hitters, you got chufa, spike rush, duck salad, sprangletop, duck potato, and cocklebur. And this is kind of a breakdown. This is a bit much. We're going to go into some more detail here, but just over the course of the years, this is the breakdown. Obviously, sprangletop and Sagittaria are 2 of the highest quantity, with a lot of spike rush as well. This is showing the bare ground percentage. There's always a lot of bare ground out there if you have flood events, which is a good thing because it allows for annual vegetation, but it also reduces the amount of food available on the landscape. So there's going to be a couple slides where we talk about water levels. Again, black is 27.5 feet. That's basically dry water in the channels. Green is 29.5 to 30, which is where they want to hold water during duck season. And then 34 feet is what they'll hold in early spring to early summer. And this is pretty neat experience to have water level data on a daily basis where I can look at vegetation responses to water level changes throughout. This is 2014. So as you can see, lots of rain holding up to about 44 feet, and then little pulses of water throughout the year in that drawdown period, which helps vegetation to grow. So what I really want to talk about is the vegetation response to water. So here you can see a late rapid drawdown. I mean, that's almost precipitously falling down to a plateau of almost completely dry. This was in 2015, and you can see the vegetation response. So you've got a lot of cocklebur, you have a lot of bare ground, and you have a lot of Eleochris. Those species, the Eleochris is able to grow in shallow water. The cocklebur needs bare dirt and dry ground in order to germinate. And then the bare ground, of course, is caused because the water was held too long. And then one of the things that we'll see in a future slide is there's no pulses of water to re-inundate that soil. So the soil gets dry and stays dry. That limits your productivity. That limits the amount of beneficial species that are going to germinate. And what it leads to more of is woody encroachment. So that's one of the issues, is it gets drawn down and there's not a lot of pulsing to keep vegetation. What limits woody encroachment is when you have some canopy cover of grasses or forbs to shade out those woody species when they start. And with this sort of water level, you're not going to have that. This next one is 2021. As you can see, again, high water, stiff drop down in late July into August. But the important thing is all these little blips. Those are all pulses that flood up to about 28 feet, which inundates most of the basin for at least a couple days at a time and then draws back down. That is how you get those annual forbs and grasses to germinate, which provide a lot of duck food. So Heteranthera here is duck salad. That's one of the best species that I personally think you can grow. It likes 1 inch to 3 inches of water. So those pulses allow that to stay alive. When it dries too much, that duck salad dies. It does not like dry ground. So you need that wetland to stay wet, not flooded, but moist. Again, Sagittaria is very similar, produces a lot of food for ducks, needs wet. It needs to be wet. It can't be dry. It'll die as well. Have a lot of chufa and a lot of sprangletop as well up on those higher reaches, closer to the wood line where it flooded maybe once or twice and then drained down. That stuff gets really, really tall. The amount of rails and teal that'll be held in that whenever we're doing those surveys in October, when that stuff flooded, is incredible. So this is kind of what I would recommend for all moist soil units, is a drawdown with pulses of water, whether it's a rainfall event or you flush it with a pump. That's kind of really important to keep those good herbaceous species growing. This is a little bit different. So this was 2022. I did not survey the lake this year, that year, but I got to use the data. So you can see this blip. That was a heavy rainfall. The basin flooded about 6 feet in a couple of days. What that did was it completely eradicated almost all vegetation on the landscape. When it went back down right there before October, we only had a week or so of growing period for those plants to come back before he surveyed it. And what you see is a greater percentage of bare ground. Almost a third of the basin was bare ground. Yes, that's a good thing in that there's invertebrates that can use the vegetation places for birds to land, but we want to be growing a lot of duck food, a lot of Sagittaria, but no duck salad, no springle top. There's a little bit of chufa up along the lake edges from what I saw, but you get a lot of cocklebur from that stiff drawdown really, really quick. That stuff was able to shoot up because the warm soil leads to cocklebur growing. So you don't want to draw down as late. And we're talking drawdown. This was the main drawdown, but this acts as a secondary drawdown, a secondary way for those plants to germinate. That late, it's super hot. That dry, hot soil leads to more cocklebur and more woody vegetation. So that can be a problem. You don't want to have that. Obviously, that's Mother Nature. You're always going to deal with that, but that's something to consider on smaller moist soil units throughout the state. And then management implications. This is the most important part of any sort of research, is to tell land managers, how does this apply to me? So after all these surveys and seeing woody encroachment come along, the staff at Dewey Wills took, I think this was about 600 acres, and they sprayed that late last year. I got showed pictures this morning. I wish I'd have had them for the presentation, but almost all of the woody species in this area have been knocked back completely. So that's back into moist soil management without the woody encroachment. They've got it on the books to spray another 600 acres this year. Most of that's aerial or ground, depending on the conditions. But one of the things that I would recommend is a slower drawdown. Obviously, all of those graphs showed a very steep decline of water. What that does is it dries your basin out quickly, but you limit the biodiversity that happens from this part drying, 2 days later, another 100 yards drying, 2 days later, another 100 yards. And you also limit shorebird habitat, which, as we know, it's a wetland of importance. Those shorebirds need that sheet water to shallow water for them to feed. And so a slower drawdown gives them more of a time, especially in that August time period when they're migrating south. That would be really, really important. So if we could slow down the drawdowns, that would be great. It also, as I said, it benefits migrating shorebirds. Post-July drawdowns would be good too. One, you're benefiting those shorebirds, but you're decreasing woody vegetation. The longer it's dry, the more chance that woody vegetation has a chance to take hold. And then continue to focus on herbicide applications, focus on high density areas, keep it from turning into woods. And then once we kind of have that under control, we can go do more of an individual plant treatment, taking and treating small areas with an ATV or four-wheeler. Just because we're limited on mechanical applications, some of those trees are too big. We can't disc because of lead shot, et cetera. So herbicides are best option. And then this photo here does a really good job of showing the woody encroachment at a large scale. This is on the north end of the basin, but you can see all of the privet, a few cypress, and then water elm starting to take over. Most of the lake used to look like this place up in here. That's all Walter's millet. Most of the basin used to be that, and it doesn't grow that anymore just because of the woody and how dry it's become. So any questions? What you got, Larry? Yep. So after the new ruling was put into place, we only own from the river to the, I think it's the river basin, to the tree line. We're only able to manage what's under our ownership, or the feds. We work with them to try to manage. We're still sorting out exactly what we can and can't do, trying to figure out. I'm still not completely sure of what we can and can't do and where we can and can't do it. I still survey the whole river basin, even though it's private property. I have a couple letters of authorization from some landowners that let me survey everything, but that's something we're all still confused about. We're still waiting to know exactly what we can and can't do and where we can and can't do it. Yeah, so historically that's been managed through the tri-party agreement with the Corps, the feds, and us. I don't know where that is on where we can draw down with the rulings. I know a lot of the private landowners want it to be dry so they can hay it, or wet so they can fish it. So there's a battle between those and a battle between us trying to provide shorebird and waterfowl habitat, and that still hasn't been sorted out completely. So that's still up in the air. What you got, Jeff?
Are you able to take what you learned?
Absolutely. And that's some of the stuff I talked about, where the pulses of water the stiff draw or the steep drawdowns and the completely dry. All of that I've seen from this data set goes into my management that I write for the WMA wetlands. And I try to work with the regional staff on that sort of thing to explain it as best I can, but you can't get much clearer than these daily water levels and the vegetation responses. That was pretty neat to see.
Thank you, Owen.
Thanks, sir.
All right, our next presenter will be Buddy Dupuy. He's with the forestry program. His work it emphasizes basically young stand management and forest restoration. His presentation today will be habitat management of bottomland hardwood plantations. Buddy, if you come on up.
Good morning. Well, we're going to flip the script here. Instead of talking about herbaceous vegetation, we're talking about trees and uplands. The bottomlands, not the uplands, excuse me. So we're going to focus on plantations that were established under various programs during restoration with an emphasis on wildlife habitat. There are other plantations that predate this mid-80s initiation of the restoration, but those were more wood fiber production, sycamore and cottonwood plantations in the Bachelor along the Mississippi. Excuse me. So the federal agencies have established the lion's share of this 500,000 acres. And there are some other conservation easements and other interest programs that I don't have data for. The Forest Service Agency's Conservation Reserve Program, basically two conservation practices, CP 23 and 31, both listed their objectives, wildlife habitat. Natural Resource Conservation Service, those are the objectives of what was formerly WRP. Army Corps of Engineers, so there's actually much more mitigation acreage out there, but these are just the acres of bottomland. This doesn't include cypress tupelo swamps or pine savannas, any of those things. Again, wildlife habitat is included. So why manage these plantations? Why don't we just restore the site, plant them, and just let them go? Let nature take its course. Well, these young plantations, they lack the habitat characteristics of naturally regenerated, mature bottomland forest. And we want to create the desired conditions for forest interior species to meet the ecological needs of those species. So we're trying to fast forward the development of those conditions rather than just let nature take its course, because those species in decline, they just can't wait for 150 years. Well, what are desired forest conditions? We're trying to create horizontal and vertical structural diversity in terms of tree species, size, age classes, growth forms, in a heterogeneous forest canopy comprised of gaps and complex layering. So in 2016, the Tri-State Conservation Partnership and the NRCS produced this document, which was used to assist the NRCS in managing these WREs throughout the lower Mississippi Valley. But they're applicable to any plantation that has similar habitat objectives. We're trying to take, this is a highly successful in terms of tree plant and survival, but it's not great habitat conditions. So we're taking stands that look like this, no understory, no mid-story, single species. Put some disturbance out there, get some light on the ground, canopy gaps, and try and get things started. This is 1 year post-harvest. We're trying to get more species established, more structure. A few years later, you start to see a mid-story developing. Some of the miscellaneous species now have gaps so they can come out of the overstory, live farther in time, further. And eventually, we want this complex layering and gaps throughout not the entire forest. You certainly don't want every acre to look like this, but you want this throughout your stands. More specifically, the objectives, we're trying to increase the growth rate of the residual trees by reducing stocking in the competition in overcrowded stands. We're trying to create and enhance structural diversity, promoting understory, mid-story, create some canopy gaps. And in the selective removal process, we're retaining the desired habitat components that are there. And also, oftentimes, a major objective, we might treat a stand a little bit early in its life because we're trying to get more species in the overstory down the road. So we're either favoring those that are already in the canopy or promoting the establishment or release of some that are in the understory. When I'm saying miscellaneous, most of the plantations we're working in are like pure oak or very, very high component of oak or ash. And miscellaneous would be all the other species that are native to that site, the sugar bears, elms, sweet gums, maples. The treatments we use primarily, we're using crown thinning, general crown thinning, group removal, or patch cuts. This is when you're kind of managing the forest at large. Secondarily, if you were just trying to get a few habitat components here and there within your stand, it's smaller scale. Now, most of those habitat components you can get during your primary cut. I listed invasives under primary. It's not really used, I mean, it's not practiced in large scale real often, but it's very important, so I didn't want to list it as secondary. With crown thinning, that's reduction of stocking to improve the growth rate and vigor of the residual trees throughout the stand. You're trying to touch every acre. You cut in single trees or very small groups of trees. We use row thinning. It's kind of loose terminology. With the row is the access for the equipment. Then you do selective removals on either side of that. Or cluster retention, if you can't see the rows or the stand is a little bit younger, sometimes we just leave trees in small groups of 5 to 15 trees, and you're just trying to remove half of the surface area and leave the trees in cluster. They develop differently that way. There's a little bit of science behind it without getting too deep. We're cutting and thinning about half of the trees. So typically you're looking at 6 to 8 inch trees average in diameter for these first entries. This is not 50-year-old plantations, 20, 25-year-old plantations. It's planted at 300 trees per acre very often. So if you got about 300 at 7 inches, you cut about half of them, that puts you into that target area. And there's science behind it. We won't go into that. This would be a ground shot of a crown thinning. You obviously see the access row. In this case, you're cutting every 4th row as access. So there's 3 rows. The 2 adjacent to the access would get some selective removal where you get to favor those miscellaneous trees or the ones with some desirable components. Same site, same spot, 1 year later. This is cluster retention. This is commercial fuel chip operation. So everything was hauled off from the site. There's no tops left on this one. Group removal, if you're trying to remove trees in small groups, 10th acre to 1/4 acre in size, so that in a thinning, the crowns will close back in a few years. In a group removal, that stays open longer, so you can get a shrubby understory developed in there. And you're trying to release any miscellaneous species that were in the group or left, and they now can make it to the next, into the overstory down the road. Sometimes the groups are used alone in a stand that was a little bit young maybe, or if you can't see the rows. But most often we put in the groups with the thinning. So we thinning, removing half the trees, and then 10% of the surface area is removed in these group openings. This is a little cheat sheet. We most often use 10% openings, most often using 1/4 acre holes, which is a 1/4 acre is about a 40 yard in diameter. And that it's going to be about 70 yards from the edge of one to the edge of the next one. Now you can see how dark it was inside the plantation. And this is a good shot of you can see that the oaks, the bigger stumps, and that one that is hinge cut, much larger in diameter than those trees that were left. So miscellaneous species very often, more often, get outcompeted by the red oaks. In this case, there were some cow oaks as well, which were also getting outcompeted by the red oaks. But anyway, now these trees have at least a chance of being part of the next stand. This was an opening in one of the earlier cuts we did. It was a narrow strip. And keep your eyes on that first tree to the left, the first tree in the row, and that green stump to the right of it. It's stump sprout. This was year 1 post-harvest, year 4 post-harvest, and year 8. Year 1, 4, and 8. Patch cuts, it's just a little bit bigger, kind of a matter of a scale. Basically the same type of cut, you're just cutting them bigger because you have different functions. You're trying to establish a second age class forest maybe, or you just want larger areas of early successional habitat. And again, you can see the residual trees left in there. You can leave any proportion of trees, a few, none, or a bunch. And so with those 3 different treatment types and variation of them, it gives you a lot of options actually. This is the same with the previous picture. This is one of those cuts, first spring after harvest. And that's what it developed into 3 years later. To give you some idea of scale, when we talk about 10% removal, these were patch openings, half acre, acre and a half in size. This is only 8% of the surface area. I mean, it looks like it's covering, a significant amount of removal there, but it's only 8%. This one's more aggressive, but still you got nearly 90% of the trees were left. But that's a lot of habitat for whatever you're managing for that needs that type of habitat. Commercial versus non-commercial. So in a commercial, you're getting your habitat manipulation by the sale of forest products. And the trees are removed from the site, obviously. The problem is it's seldom a viable option in these young plantations. It's just difficult to sell that small material. You got to have a sellable product. You can chip any size trees, but that's localized markets. So you got to be within a trucking distance of that market. So that excludes most folks. Otherwise, you got to have pulpwood sized trees and a strong pulpwood market. You got to have much better internal access because you got trucks got to get to within 400 yards of every stump. They don't skid more than a quarter of a mile. So, and you'll have a narrower window of opportunity because you have to skid and truck. So the ground's got to be much drier than non-commercially avenues. In non-commercial, you're meeting your forest health objectives and your habitat objectives when there's no market available. Or sometimes your prescription was such that you were cutting so lightly it wouldn't be sellable. The trees remain on site, but it's obviously a cost, and it can be substantial. But there are few constraints to the prescription. You can be very creative, cut as little as you want or need to, and spread it out as much as you need to, which gives you a wider window of opportunity, particularly if you're doing chemical injection. It can be quite wet. A commercial operation, it's got a lot of moving parts. This is a bigger operation because they were harvesting both fuel chips and longwood. And so you had a chipper then and a processor for the there's 2 pieces of equipment obviously not shown in that open. And these are the products: fuel chips, top left corner that's the chipper, putting them into a van style truck. And of course the longwood on the bottom, which would go to a different mill. This is a non-commercial operation. 1 man, 1 machine, his pickup truck. And the only other thing he's got is a lunchbox and a coffee bottle. So non-commercial options, we've been doing most of the work with tree cutters, but you could obviously use chemical or mulcher. Tree cutters, when you're doing crown thinning with 10% removal, you can expect to pay these type of prices right here. Group removal only is gonna cost about $400 per footprint acre, but if you're talking about stand acres, it's $40 per acre for the stand. Of course, that lasts a whole lot longer than a food plot. You get year-long habitat benefits for many years. Single stem injection, you could be either taking out invasives or the planted trees. But when you're talking about foliar application, that's essentially invasive control, either over the top or backpack sprayers getting the seedlings. Mulchers are just not as efficient at taking down the larger trees. They would be good for mid-story removal if you're trying to take out, say, a dogwood mid-story and got too thick. This is a shot of some of the single stem injections. Haven't seen very many of these actually, but it's an option. And the foliar over the top with clear cast, getting rid of the tallow trees. This particular one, it not only did it kill the tallows, but it hit the dogwood real hard. They came back eventually, but it put a lot of light on the ground because it stunned the dogwood. And then the dogwoods over time have come back. So who's doing this work? Well, or where is it done and how much of it? Our department has cut nearly 1,400 acres dating back to '98. Most of that's been through commercial jobs. First one was in actually the first large scale plantation on what was Red River Management Area, now Richard K. Yancey. We have more lined up, planning on doing in the near future, but it's going to be some more non-commercial and well, obviously, hopefully commercial as well. So the NRCS on the ASAP WRE, these numbers are not complete, so it's north of 8,000 acres have been treated. In the last few years, been knocking out about 2,000 acres a year. The majority of that is the go-to treatment, which is 10% groups added to a overstory thinning. Well, let me see. Probably a third of that was groups only. Another 2/3 were thinning with groups. About, well, over 1,000 acres of this was done commercially. But the stores got to kind of line up to sell it. You got to have haul distance, volume, things got to happen for it to sell. So it's a challenge. If you just want to wait until it's easy to sell, well, you waiting 50 years. Or in summary, a commercial harvest is obviously more cost efficient. It's kind of a wash. Sometimes you make a few dollars an acre. Sometimes you basically give it away. But it's less likely to be an option for you. Taking tonnage off the site. And your prescription has to meet certain standards to make it sellable. You've got to have enough acreage, enough volume, right access. Non-commercially is obviously less cost efficient, but it's always an option if you have the money. And all the material stays on site and you have much more flexibility in what you do and how you do it. With that, I'll take questions.
Buddy,
Yes, sir.
with the commercial operations, when we make money goes back to the man.
That would be a question for a forestry program manager. But in plantation, it's going to be very, very little money. I'm not quite following you. Okay. Yeah. So the purpose of the thinning is to help all of the trees within the forest. If you're just putting in the groups, they only help the trees around the perimeter. So you didn't do anything to the rest of the forest. You just established pockets. And in the row thinning, that's where your selectivity comes in. You take out the smaller trees, which immediately raises your average diameter for the stand. And you're putting more growth, more growing space on the faster growing trees. and you select them for your species. You're giving those miscellaneous a little chance.
I know we don't have research back, but what's your feeling? Just follow up that question. What's your feeling on the habitat? Which one provides more, both immediate wildlife?
So if it's non-commercial, you're putting tops on the ground immediately. You get a different response in every stand. Some openings you go back to a few years later and there's nothing but some sedge and knee-high stuff. And others, you can't walk through them in 2 years. So there's a lot of variation in response. The thinning puts a little bit on the ground throughout the stand, which would be better for bugging and nesting cover and just more area of browse. So there's a reason we use both treatments in combination, because they create different conditions and have different purposes. Yes, sir. I have not used it. You can get it, but it's gonna, a large part of that is gonna be in whether or not you can, the cost of the application itself is highly variable, whether you're using fixed wing or helicopter. So you could use it in backpack sprayers to go. Another reason we put the groups initially, one of the reasons was so that if the invasive species get established in those groups, at least you can go back to those spots for control without having to go across every acre of the stand. We've since kind of come to realize that those that do establish throughout a thinning really don't have much chance of making it to the overstory. So you still just go back to the group openers, but you could go through with the backpack and have minimal collateral damage because of the selectivity of that chemical.
Any more pressing questions? If not, catch you, buddy, at the break.
Thank you, buddy.
All right. Next up, Miss Randy Harlan. She is a inland fisheries biologist here at LDWF, and you'll be hearing about badger habitat enhancement at Richard K. Yancey.
Hey y'all, thanks for having me. I'm from the fisheries group, so it's good to be here sharing some fisheries perspective. Today I'm going to be talking to you about some hydrologic alterations on the Batcher lands in the Black Hawk Scar Lake complex. Sorry, okay. Just to get everyone geographically oriented on where we're going to be talking about today. RK Yancey is in the crook of the boot there. If you zoom down into the Batcher area, you'll see that that's about 5,800 acres, and that's where the project's going to be taking place today that I'm talking to you about. If you notice down in the south of the Batcher area, and the Batcher is the area of land within the Mississippi River levee system, just to make sure everyone understands that. So this area floods probably 20 feet every year, if not more. But the southern part of the study area is a more lake complex habitat, and the northern part of the area is more stream and bayou. So our alterations will show those two habitat type differences. Before we get too far into the project, I wanted to make sure and recognize all the partners associated with this project. It was a huge interjurisdictional effort. The main funding lever was the NWF grant that we got, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. That grant was awarded to the Lower Mississippi River Conservation Committee, and they administered that grant. Nichols State, LumCon, and us were all given a little bit of money from that grant. We also worked with the Corps of Engineers and U.S. Fish and Wildlife closely on this project. And within the LDWF, we had a really great working relationship between Inland Fisheries Group District 3 and the Office of Wildlife, all the staff at RK Yancey. So I wanted to make sure to mention that. All right, jumping into the project overview, we had one main goal for this project, and that was to enhance aquatic habitat on the Batcher area of RK Yancey WMA. This is that same Batcher area with the yellow showing the overall area of influence of the restoration activities we'll be doing. We had some objectives to meet. The first being improved fish passage. We planned on doing that with replacing 3 culvert locations within that upper northern stream and bayou area. We also wanted to improve the low water refuge habitat in those lake complexes to the south. So we planned on putting a weir in, or replacing an old weir actually that had rusted out. We also planned on improving access and opportunity with enhancement of a boat launch. So those are the 3 main objectives to reach our goal. Some other dots on the map that you'll be seeing throughout this presentation are the green dots. Those were survey sites that we got elevation data for. The red line is 2 different core districts, which was also a challenge in this project, was getting permitting and approval for 2 different core districts. Luckily, that core district line kind of split the Black Hawk Lakes away from that stream work we were doing. So we were able to talk to New Orleans about the lakes and Vicksburg about the culverts. That helped. Potential impacts to all this work that we were estimating. I'm going to skip down to the most important one, the last one. 5 miles of stream. We're going to be reconnected with our culverts, and 171 acres of floodplain we're going to be restored by reconnecting to the river, the Mississippi River. All right, digging just a little bit further down into these goals and objectives. The weir replacement, specifically, we were aiming to provide stable quality refuge during low river stages when the river would drop off of this floodplain, and provide opportunity for recreational and commercial fishing. So all of this is going to be fishing related. Our culvert replacements aim to provide access for floodplain dependent fish species and enhance the natural flow regimes during the annual river pulse. And the last one's pretty direct. The boat launch was to provide direct access for stakeholders. It's actually an area where you can get to and from the Mississippi River at certain river stages. So that was a big goal. All right. First objective, weir replacement. The picture on your left is a low water condition before the weir was reinstalled. And the picture on your right is of the weir in place, installed in November 2021. You can see the lakes kind of out in the background to the northwest there. All right, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide, and I actually have it scripted out because I am not an engineer. But this was one of the really important details of this whole project, was setting the weir height elevation. It's truly the only action that LDWF actually funded was in the very beginning of this project, and that was the initial surveys that we did throughout the study area. And that proved to be really crucial to the success of this project. We were cutting off the connection, and that's not to the river, and that's not really something Inland Fisheries decides to do very often. We like to remove weirs and not install them. So this project really taught me a lot about looking at each project specifically and understanding that there's a prescription for each condition that you see. And sometimes it's better to keep an open mind about weirs. Because we decided to upgrade the boat launch, and a large goal was to provide access, we decided to look at the North Scar Lake, which is that orange dot. And in our minds, we wanted to make sure we set the weir height so that we would have 8 feet of water. at that particular location so that the boat launch functioned like we wanted to and people could use it. So based on our survey elevations that we got, you can see that's that first column. We had the bottom elevation surveys. We set the water depth to 8 feet at that lake, and we went from there. So we dropped down to the weir site, which is that red dot. Sorry, I'm going too fast. The red dot there ended up being a water depth of 6.57 feet and a surface elevation of 34.37 feet. Okay, so we made the decision to make that the new pool stage, if you want to look at it that way, for this lake complex area, 34.37 feet. And that number is coming from a river gauge. Is everyone following me so far with that? Okay, I'm making sure I'm explaining this right. Another big part of this project was making sure we understand how people were using the WMA. There was a very important ATV trail that traverses this project area, the Black Hawk Scar Lake ATV trail. And we really wanted to make sure that we set culverts there at that site. That was a culvert replacement site. We wanted to make sure we got that elevation right so that people could still utilize that ATV trail, but our culverts would still allow fish and water to flow through at low river stages. So that was a lot of math for a fisheries biologist. We had a lot of help and we learned a lot of lessons through that process. One of them being the surface and bottom elevations that we took before we started this project were absolutely critical to the success. But we didn't go quite far enough in our engineering north. Remember, we had those 2 other culvert replacement sites to the north. Because of funding, we kept our engineering and design kind of limited to that Black Hawk Scar ATV trail south. And as we moved through this project, we realized that there was some draining potential because of the size of the culverts that we didn't anticipate to the north. But because the WMA guys know that area so well, they were able to kind of tweak the engineering and design to make all that work together. We also learned to implement these alterations from the southernmost downstream site and work your way north to make sure everything's functioning properly. And the weir elevation and depth estimates dictate the culvert bottom elevations that you set your culverts at. So you guys may know all of this already with your WMA work, but this was kind of a new exercise for us in fisheries. All right, one more kind of technical graph. So once we made that decision to set the weir and the pool stage at 34.37 feet, as a fisheries biologist, I wanted to make sure that weir wasn't going to really impede fish passing from the river into the floodplain in a significantly more length of time out of the year. All right, so take home point is looking at a 20-year hydrograph, looking at where the old weir height was set and how often the water was moving through that point from the river to the floodplain. Compared to this new pool stage, we were losing a total of 18 days per year of access for that fish. So you can think of a gar sitting at that weir for 18 more days trying to get onto that floodplain with this weir installed than previously. All right, so moving forward through this project, we're going to be asking ourselves, is this higher quality of habitat that we're anticipating worth the level of reduction of floodplain access to those fish? 18 days, okay? The first way we started looking at that question was by placing loggers across the floodplain to collect temperature and water depth throughout the flood stage. This is a graph from that southernmost Black Hawk Scar Lake. And this graph is from before the weir installation. The orange line is water level, water depth. The blue line is temperature. So you can see the water falls almost down to 0, not great for fish. And the temperature is all over the place because of that low water condition. So we really were not considering this a place that fish were surviving each year at all. Significant temperature fluctuations, like I said, and the water depths are approaching 0 meters. And that's an extended amount of time through a low water period. This is the same logger post weir replacement. The orange is still the water depth and the blue is still water temperature. We have a stabilized water depth at about 1.5 meters. So much better for fish survival. And the water temperatures are still high, but our fish here are used to that. So we stayed within really tolerable ranges under 30 degrees Celsius for fish. So that's an improvement. All right, less stress, higher production, and higher survival through low water periods. So we do think we have a measurable improvement in water quality. As we move through time, I should tell you, all of these alterations were completed in 2023. So it's this kind of preliminary results that I'm showing you. But as we move through time, we're going to be taking some remote sense data and looking at changes in alligator gar spawning habitat and frequency, duration, and magnitude of inundation on this floodplain for future management of alligator gar. And this is the last picture for the weir replacement discussion. Again, that's the before weir picture on the left and the post weir installation on the right, both at low water stages. So we're holding water at grid levels for fish. But as we're moving and monitoring, we're realizing, you know, we can't control what fish are moving in there. So we're seeing invasive carp moving in. And also we're looking at areas that flooded that were not and now have aquatic invasive species. So those are things that just come with, you know, bad things that come with the good. But we'll be tracking that through time. All right, moving on to the culvert replacement part of the project. This is that ATV trail culvert replacement site. The picture on the left again is before we enhanced this area, and the picture on the right is the culverts that were installed. They were huge, y'all. They were really big. Thanks to Paul Lemoyne and his team for dealing with these huge culverts. But they did a great job. We used all that engineering and we set the culverts. And this is probably my favorite picture of this whole project. This is those culverts when the water fell off the floodplain and they're functioning just like the math said they would. And those have survived two pulses now or 3, and they're still in place. So that's a really amazing thing to me. So one of the questions we wanted to ask with these culvert replacements was, did the fish population shift or change now that we've made this area a little bit nicer for these fish to live? Do we see more high flow related fish species like our carp suckers? Are we seeing more floodplain residents? Are they looking like they're in better condition? And do we see any floodplain dependent species moving in and utilizing this new area? All right, that's a busy graph. The take home message of this graph is just to show you, we had about 46 species that we found so far during our efforts. I pulled out the green list to show you species that are now being observed that were not observed before all of this enhancement work was done. And the red species indicate those that we have not observed since the weir was installed. What was that? 5 minutes, okay. So this is year 2, so we're still collecting data. I don't want to say anything big about this yet. These are just the observations we're seeing 2 years out. Our diversity indices, we have 3 gear types here that we use on the floodplain. This is our sport fish techniques that we're using. construction, and post. The green indicates an increase, statistical increase in diversity in our electrofishing data and our seining data post-installation. Our abundance doesn't show much statistical difference until you look at our seining data, and that's a pretty big difference. This is one data point, so we're going to need some more seasons before we make any big statements about decreasing abundance in our seining. If this will work, I don't know if it's gonna. This, okay, all right. This is the most exciting part of the sampling to me. This is part of the NIFWF grant. Our LUMCON partners are taking sonar data at all of these culvert locations. This is a floodplain habitat, so our sport fish sampling techniques aren't great at sampling fish in areas of high woody debris. We usually sample at low water, which is difficult. So we asked our partners to come in and do some sonar imagery, and they are showing biomass changes, which I can't tell you now. They're not published yet. They'll be published next year, and I hope to get that data to share. But they're seeing large biomass changes, and they're seeing species changes through some really interesting AI training that they're doing at the Audubon Aquarium. So really interesting work that I think is going to be really important for floodplain fisheries monitoring in the future. And the final component, just one slide on this one. This is the easy one. The boat launch enhancement was a lot of gravel added here. So this was an easy success. We immediately had commercial fishing going on in here for carp and recreational fishing for gar, crappie, sport fish, and catfish. So looking at success, can we talk about success so far? I think we can. I think we did provide stable quality refuge during low water with our weir replacement. We saw temperatures improved, water depth stabilizing, and commercial and recreational use immediately. I think we had success in our culvert replacement short term. We provided access for floodplain dependent fish species, and we enhanced the natural flow. We saw the fish with the sonar, the access that was gained. We will keep monitoring fish into the future, but we did see a preliminary increase in diversity. And the boat launch is being utilized as well. In the future, I hope to get better at quantifying boat launch uses on WMAs, so that's a point of opportunity for us. And with that, I'll take any questions. No questions? Fish questions of any kind? Okay, I really enjoyed working with the wildlife group on this. I can't say that enough. Paul Lemoyne and his team were great to work with, so I appreciate it. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Randy. All right. Y'all are stuck with me for this next one, so I'll introduce myself. I'm Donald Acasio. A lot of folks in this group might know me as Duck. It's my nickname. I'm in charge of the forestry program here at Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. And today we're going to talk about the history, management, and restoration within the Maurepas Swamp Basin. So first of all, let's start out with the geography of the basin. It's all that area in and around Lake Maurepas, basically from Laplace to Sorrento, back to Ponchatoula, if you were to draw a triangle. So pretty big basin. And we happen to be the largest landowner of that basin. It's made up of 3 WMAs, Joyce WMA at 42,000 acres, Manchac WMA at 8,000, and Maurepas Swamp at 112,000. Combine them all together, it's our largest complex, one big contiguous chunk of property that we own, 163,000 acres. Now, how do we come to own all this property? And as you can see here, we own the basin. That red line is the boundary of those three WMAs. Joyce to the north, Manchac sitting right there between Manchac and Lake Pontchartrain, and Maurepas Swamp, all the country south of Maurepas Swamp, Lake Maurepas. So we own it. And the reason, well, back up. Tell you how we came to get it. So all starts in 1975 with a donation and a small purchase. So these are in 10-year increments. I'm just going to show you 5 slides. We picked up 21,000 acres between 1975 and 1985. We end up with Manchac and Joyce WMA. Next 10 years, between 86 and 95, we pick up 2,000 acres, add a little bit to Joyce. We get a big slug between 96 and 2005. We pick up 62,000 acres through donations. That becomes Maurepas Swamp WMA. We add a little piece to Joyce. Fast forward another 10 years, between 2006 and 2015, through donations from CPRA, NALCA, NOAA, Shell, and a few others, we pick up another 64,000 acres. So now we're climbing. We're getting close to the finish line. And from 2016 to current, we pick up another 10,000 acres. And now we get to our 163,000 acre complex. So you look at that map, you realize we own the basin. So why do we own the basin? Why this transition from private to public? Well, it's no secret. It's really hard to get a return on your investment if you own this property. If you're a private landowner and you want to log, well, the cypress doesn't naturally regenerate. So under Louisiana law, a private landowner is not going to be able to, due to those restrictive timber regulations, won't be able to log cypress. Species that you could log, you could harvest, it's inoperable. It's wet, swamp, low ground. The conditions just aren't conducive for timber management. And so you can make money on oil and gas if you own a property. But cool thing, at least then, you could donate it to the state and keep your mineral rights, which is what everybody did. So now we have this large WMA. What do? Well, it's the same thing we do on any WMA that you guys work on. Same mission statement. So we're managing wildlife habitat, those resources, and managing for recreational opportunity. So we're developing, maintaining access. We're maintaining boundaries. We're collecting harvest data, user data, browse surveys, mass surveys, doing a lot of sampling, taking care of invasive species, tallow tree, hyacinth, sylvania, nutria on this WMA. And then, right down across the plate for me is monitoring forest health and doing some forest restoration. So monitoring that forest health, we do that using growth monitoring plots. Growth monitoring plots are basically, well, I'm jumping ahead. I'm looking at the slide that's coming up. This slide is just to show you all this work that's done is basically done in pretty harsh conditions. I mean, there's no access except for boat access. There's no solid ground to walk on. You're going to be whereas you might be on knee boots on most WMAs, you're in hip boots on this WMA. So getting back to that forest management. Forest management is done using growth monitoring plots, which a lot of you guys are familiar with. We have them on all of our WMAs. They're reread every decade, every 10 years. It's a 5th acre plot, overstory measurements or species, diameter, height, crown position, crown classification. We measure all snags. We measure down woody debris. Our understory is measured with a 100th acre plot. All herbaceous and woody material less than 4 inches is measured and recorded. All these trees are geolocated and tagged. And in every decade, we're going back and getting a remeasurement. So in the case of Maurepas Swamp and Joyce, you'll notice Manchac has no GMP plots because there's no trees on Manchac. Basically, this 163,000 acres is a forested wetland, cypress tupelo swamp. There's about 30,000 acres that's non-forested. And a big portion of that, 8,000 acres of that, is on Manchac. So GMP plots, we're looking at, these are forest measurements, so it's where the trees are. So we're looking at 58 plots on Maurepas Swamp. Those plots were initially put in 2007 and then reread or remeasured in 2017. And then the plots on Joyce, 21 plots on Joyce were put in 2006. They were remeasured in 2016, and they're about to be remeasured 2 years from now in 2026. So all this data, we go out there and take all these measurements. What are these GMPs telling us about what's happening out there in the forest on Marpaw Swamp and Joyce? Well, the answer is not much. And by not much, I literally mean nothing is happening out there. This is 10-year diameter growth data for the 5 most abundant species on the WMAs. Black gum and red maple have grown a 1/2 inch in a decade. Tupelo and green ash, 3/4 of an inch in 10 years. And then the big winner is ball cypress, has grown 1.5 inches in 10 years. All species combined are growing about 3/4 of an inch every decade. All right, so if they're not growing, they must be dying, right? Well, no, they're not dying either. Green ash is dying somewhat. If you see the first column is within species, so we're losing 30% of our green ash every 10 years, but they don't make up much of the overall stem count of all species out there. So they only account for 4% of the 10-year mortality figures. Red maple, about 25% within species and of the total. Tupelo, we only lose 10% of our Tupelo every 10 years, but most of the trees we're losing out there are Tupelo because they make up so much of the by stem count. So 38% of the total mortality is Tupelo. Black gum and ball cypress, as you can see, those guys they're holding their own. Over a decade, you lose 10% of your black gum, and ball cypress, less than 1% mortality on ball cypress every 10 years. When you combine them all together, 13% mortality after 10 years. This is right in line with any other bottomland hardwood site. So they're not growing and they're not dying. So what are they doing? There are some standout, little data blips that we, when we analyze this data, and there is some significant mortality on that land bridge between Marpaw Swamp and Lake Pontchartrain. Those are the 3 blue circles. Don't worry about plot number 2. It was more of a prairie site, had 1 cypress tree in it, and we did lose that cypress tree from 2007 to 17. But if you look at plot number 3 and 4, we lost 19 to 33 and 26 of 51 trees. So over 50% mortality on those 2 sites. Probably has to do with salinity, higher salinity, saltwater intrusion. We'll get to that in a second. I'll talk a little bit more about it. Where are we having gains? We're having gains wherever, as you can expect, wherever there's dry ground. If you jump out the boat and you don't sink to your waist, you can probably regenerate a tree. And that's the only place that happens on these WMAs is on a spoil bank of some sort, either a natural bayou ridge, a spoil bank, or the lake shore. And those 5 plots that I have, they're circled orange. They're basically 3 of them are bayou ridges. One of them's on a lake shore, one of them's on a spoil bank, picking up 12 to 15 additional trees grow into the plot annually. On the lake shore, big winner there was 22 trees in 10 years on plot number 44. So we know some information from GMP plots. We know that wetlands are extremely dynamic systems and are always changing. We also know on this site that there's a lot of man-made manipulations that are going on that change this site over time. And those man-made inputs are, first of all, logging. So at the turn of the century, and I don't mean the one that just happened, I mean 1900, this whole area was logged, the entire place. There's no virgin cypress here. It was all cut down, all clear cut. Majority of it has second growth cypress on it. Like I said, about 30,000 acres doesn't. That lower left-hand picture is Marpaw Swamp. You see the old pull runs. We're going to use steam engines and cable to pull the cypress logs, back to a main bayou in this case. But also we have roads that cause, levees and restrict freshwater flow through the system. We have levees. I mean, big levee on the Mississippi River keeps fresh water from coming into the system anymore, shortly after the 27 flood. Pipelines, railroads also restrict flow. Oil and gas canals allow flow, so it allows salt water into the system from Lake Pontchartrain, other spoil banks and other right-of-ways. With all these man-made manipulations, right, and these negatives, then we're constantly kind of mitigating for those. So there's a lot of projects that happen on these WMAs from both governmental agencies and nonprofits, trying to fix some of the issues. Just some examples, like Joyce WMA, the Hammond Assimilation Wetland, that's bringing wastewater from Hammond and Ponchatoula into the northern portions of Joyce to try to bring some fresh water and lower the salinities. to increase plant development. On Manchac, we have the Lake Pontchartrain Shoreline Protection project where they did some revetment work on the western bank of Lake Pontchartrain, and then backfilled to try to do a marsh creation project because of subsidence, saltwater intrusion, and erosion that was happening. Marpaw Swamp, we have the Hope Canal Diversion Project that hopefully will happen, that may bring divert fresh water from Mississippi River into about 50 to 60,000 acres of Marpaw Swamp. And then the West Lakeshore Levee, that's the ring levee around Laplace. It's a hurricane storm protection levee that's being put in right now. If you leave here headed to New Orleans, you're gonna right when you pass Laplace, you'll see where it crosses the interstate. So a lot of things happening, and I say that to dispel this myth or feeling. If you don't kind of work on these areas and you just pass through, you think, yeah, we own that 163,000 acres over there, and a couple people go hunting over there, and we don't do much. Well, there's a lot going on Marpaw and within that Marpaw Basin. This map just shows the projects I just explained, plus another 3 or 4. So you just look at the landscape. There's a lot of things going on. Plus, it's a very dynamic wetland. Which brings us to our forest restoration attempts. So we kind of use that GMP data. We know things are changing. We know we got that 30,000 acres of unforested, non-forested area, and it's been a thorn in folks' sides forever. NGOs, other governmental agencies have always wanted to reforest that. One main reason is not just the ecological function of it, but just hurricane protection also, just to get forest back on the coast. And some early attempts started as early as the early 90s. 1991, SLU did some work looking at reforesting with cypress, and basically had 100% mortality. Their trials basically showed that nutrient damage, you could hardly overcome it, and salinity was an issue. And then a couple of other folks made some attempts, small time attempts. And then the Pontchartrain Conservancy, which was originally called Lake Pontchartrain Basin Foundation, they had some successes in like the 2010s. They were taking 1 gallon cypress potted plants and bringing them in. I say potted plants because they're, when we think of reforesting something, we're going in with bags of thousands of seedlings, right? But they took 1 gallon cypress, 3-year-old trees, really taking care of them, doing a really good planting job, but enjoyed 80% survival. And that kind of perked our interest. It was small scale, but we're like, well, maybe the agency should take a step to maybe try to see if we can get a go and get this reforested. So in 2020, LDWF did reforestation trials. So we took 5 2-acre blocks, total of 10 acres, planted them operationally on a 10 by 12 spacing, 363 trees. We planted 3,000 cypress and 1,000 tupelo. We planted enough to follow them through time to see what type of survival we would get. Couple of as far as the location, we did it in the area that we knew we probably needed. We needed to do some work on. Same place where we're losing trees. It's kind of turning to prairie. So instead of going to Manchac where it was already prairie, we went somewhere where we had live trees, but we're starting to lose them. So right off of Rudock Canal, right there between plot number 2 and 3 that I'd show you, is showing that 50% mortality. So got out there and planted trees, these PVC pipes, so that we could go back and find them. Because like I said, harsh conditions, waist high vegetation, you sink into your waist constantly. There's a transect of poles, 5 poles per plot. The ceilings around those poles are mapped, flagged to be able to get back and go back and look at them. We planted everything on a 10 by 12. It was planted highly organic material. Anybody's been out there can attest. This is not planting on dirt. This is a web of roots you must punch through, and then the seedling slides into muck very easily. 6 months survival data. We normally wait a year. We went out there after 6 months. It was bleak. Basically, mortality was 56% on cypress, 69% on tupelo. As you can see here, if a tree was missing, we called it missing. That's probably nutrient damage also. If you combine nutrient damage and missing, you can see where the trees went. So at the same time, we had this failure. Restore the Earth Foundation was having success on Salvador. whole different WMA, another coastal WMA, but a lot different. Also, a lot of freshwater influence at Salvador because of diversion projects. But anyway, they were enjoying about 85% initial survival on Cypress, and they needed some ground to work on. So, well, maybe we lost these trees to nutria because we had such a small site planted. Maybe you could swamp them with cypress seedlings, and the nutria won't get you, because we've had that same issues on large ag ground with feral hog damage. You can swamp them and get some survival. So anyway, the winter of 22-23, Restore the Earth planted big acreage up there on Joyce, 2,600 acres, on Manchac, 1,400 acres. While they were planting Manchac, they were going to plant all 8,000 acres of Manchac. While they were planting it, they go back to Joyce just to double check, nutria eating them out house and home. And then they realized nutria eating seedlings, removing seedlings from the landscape at a rate that they suspended planting. They just planted bare root and staked them down with bamboo, which is their same method they were using at Salvador. Nutrients ate them out of house and home. 1 year after planting this, survival was greater than, mortality was greater than 80%. Which brings us to 2024. So, well, we learned we can't outplant the nutria. Maybe we can put protectors, do everything we can, throw the kitchen sink at it. So they went after it again, Restore the Earth Foundation. They planted 2,000 acres this year. When I was putting this presentation together, well, first I'll show you what they did. So they basically planted a seedling. They took a protector, put a piece of bamboo through it, put it over the seedling, stick the bamboo down in the ground and pull those two zip ties. So the protector's holding pretty good. Seedlings inside a protector should be nutria proof. We jump in an airboat literally 2 weeks ago. Let me show you the scale at which they planted this stuff. So here's a shot of what it looks like on the ground. This is the aerial shot. That's the Manchac Bridge, Lake Maurepas upper left. All those little white dots, that's what was planted. So big operation. Thought we had it licked. We went ahead and did survival literally 2 weeks ago after I'd already started this presentation together. And my next slide was going to be success. However, not so. When you remove the protector and grab the seedling and pull it out of the ground, it's all cut off at a 45-degree angle, little rodent chew mark classic. Nutria just figured out, it's out here, it's in that tube. All I have to do is nose under this soft muck and reach in there, clip it and pull the root out and chew it up and go to the next one. So we were left with protectors just sitting there perfect. Everything looks beautiful. And there's a little seedling in there. And when you grab him, there's nothing to him. The roots are gone. It's just laying in there, a dead cypress. So I just brought you up to date from 1900 to 2 weeks ago. And that's Maurepas Swamp Basin, what I know about it. Any questions? Yeah. So the northern end of Joyce has lush forest. That shot, get there quick. And I know we're ahead of schedule. As a moderator, I know we're ahead of schedule, so I can take the liberty. So this is that's the northern end of Joyce, where you're talking about, where those rivers are coming in. And you can see it is lush. Trees aren't growing much, but you know, it's a different site than it was 100 years ago. But things are good here. We're not regenerating cypress because it's too wet, but things are good. We're not losing any trees. The loss of Tupelo and to some degree black gum is all on the southern end of Maurepas Swamp. Specifically where if the Hope Canal diversion project happens and we get some freshwater introduction, we may enjoy habitat like the northern end of Joyce. That country in between where we have no forest, I don't think there's any hope. I think it's sitting there, it's positioned to Lake Pontchartrain, saltwater influences. I don't think we have any hope. And then I didn't say, there's a lot of nutrients on this place, but it's not like we're not killing a lot. So they killed in 2024, they killed 30,000 nutria out of this basin. And there's just as many, it seems like, so I don't know what the answer is, but yeah, to your question, absolutely. Some freshwater work coming from the south will drastically improve habitat conditions.
I want to welcome everybody back to session 2 of our symposium. We have some great talks lined up, and it's my pleasure to be able to welcome Secretary Shahan to the podium.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for coming in today, and really appreciate you guys traveling in from all over the state to come to headquarters and be able to see all the research and everything that we're doing within the department and a lot of the hard work that you all put in from a daily basis. And we've, as an executive team, made it a priority to try to spend a lot of time out in the field with all of you and learn about the different projects and things you guys are working on. So if you're ever doing anything and you want us to come along, just give us a call and we'd love to join. We had the opportunity to obviously go out and collect alligator eggs, go out to a bear den, and we did some banding as well. And so it's been a great experience to be able to really spend time in the field with all of you and be able to really work with subject matter experts in each of your respective areas. And so I just want to thank you for the work you do for this department, as well as the work you do for the people of Louisiana. And it does not go unnoticed, not only by myself and the executive team, but also by the governor. And, we have active conversations about the work that we're doing and really send an example to the nation of what we do in Louisiana. And we've had a lot of success stories because of the work all of you do and spend your careers, dedicating to the people and to the management of our natural resources. And so very proud of the work all of you do on a daily basis, and really proud of the work we've done as an executive team and be able to truly serve the people of Louisiana. And we've said really from the beginning that what we wanted to do is become the premier sportsman organization in the state and really not only engage our consumptive users, but our non-consumptive users, and find different ways to truly work for the people of Louisiana and find ways to maximize opportunities within the department. And so as we've kind of rolled out some different strategic plans, we let you guys know where we stand as an executive team and really want to be transparent with all of you of what we believe the priorities are, not only for the governor, but for the department, and ways that we can move conservation forward. And been working at the federal level and as well as with our different state partners to be able to really identify where we can go and what direction we can go in as a conservation agency. And so if there's ever anything we can do for any of you, just let us know. If you ever have any ideas or things that are getting missed from the executive level, well, just let us know. If you guys need resources and tools, and if you guys need equipment, whatever it might be, we're dedicated to all of you and making sure that you all have the tools and resources you need to be successful. So if there's ever anything that we can do for you from an executive team, from my office, just give us a call. We want to help. We want to expand conservation and the sportsmen of the state, and making sure that we're providing the correct resources and really making sure that we're maximizing opportunity within the department. And so if there's ever anything we can do, if you want us to come out and spend some time with you all, if you want to do anything with us and show us your projects and things you're working on. We love getting out in the field. We love seeing the work that you do every day. Had a great opportunity to spend some time with our Hunter Ed folks yesterday and really get involved in the projects they're currently working on and ways that we can expand their programs. And so looking to do that with everyone. And so if we haven't had the opportunity to sit down, I really look forward to being able to do that, as well as I'll be in and out today looking at the projects and research you're all working on. So again, thank you for the work that you do for this department, for the people of Louisiana. I'm very grateful for all of you. And if there's anything I can do, just let me know. So thank you all.
All right, still stuck with me for the second session. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Bornelon. He's our deer program manager, and we'll be hearing about whitetail deer capture and telemetry on the Mississippi River.
Thank you for that introduction, Duck. Jonathan Bordelon, Deer Program Manager. We're going to talk about a project along the Mississippi River involving deer telemetry. It's very early in this project, so mostly what we're going to cover today are techniques and some of the unique challenges specific to our study area. So deer, they're a popular game animal in our state. They're the most pursued game animal in our state based on hunting efforts or days spent afield. They're also very abundant and they occupy every habitat type in Louisiana. But despite their adaptability and abundance, they sometimes do face challenges. And we often need research to help inform the best path forward in dealing with those challenges. One of the challenges with our study site, and there were a couple, were environmental challenges. One of the major environmental challenges along the Mississippi River is going to be tied to flooding. Deer are very adaptable. They cope very well with flooding. We know a lot about deer and their response to flooding when it comes to their physical condition and reproductive output in response to flooding. Jones et al. With Mississippi State 2019 took an in-depth look at deer condition and productivity in response to flooding and or lack of effect, I should say, from flooding. So while we do have a pretty good handle on that, what about movement? We know when the water comes up, deer move out. There's a picture there on the slide that you can see that actually took. You see a group of deer moving over the levee. They're moving in and out, they're moving across these levees in response to flooding. They're also moving across those levees just through normal movement and dispersal. These are animals that have large home ranges that often overlap protected and unprotected areas. But how far do they go? When they leave in response to flooding, how long is it before they come back? Do they come back? Those are some of the questions we wanted to answer with our particular project. Another challenge with this particular location is based on the detection of chronic wasting disease, more commonly known as CWD. So CWD is a always fatal neurological disease that affects members of the deer family. Unfortunately, we have detected it in our state. That detection occurred in 2022 in Tensas Parish. To date, we've detected 22 positives, all of them in Tensas Parish, right along the Mississippi River, which is definitely an emphasis for why we're pursuing this particular project in this location. So we're interested, not just the effect of the disease, but the movement of these animals. Where exactly are they moving to kind of help inform mitigation and management in response to the disease. So if you're interested in movement, you're going to need to collar deer. And a prerequisite for that is getting your hands on. We've done telemetry work in Louisiana. In the past 20 years, we've had more than a few telemetry projects in our state. Of course, none of those were right on the Mississippi River. They were all in interior areas, close to the river in some cases, but never in our focal area that we've identified. With traditional net capture, we're either dropping a net, as you can see the one that's suspended, or we're firing a rocket net over them. But what does it require? It requires bait. So we need to bait the animals, get them conditioned to the site, get them conditioned to the nets, and then we're then able to trap those animals. Very intensive, but possible, and we've done it with good success. But where we're doing it, we have some mitigation tactics in place. One of those mitigation measures actually prohibits the use of bait for hunting. It also prohibits the use of feeding by landowners. So we don't want folks feeding or congregating deer artificially in an effort to slow the spread of CWD from animal to animal. So we're asking landowners and hunters to modify their behaviors, to do some things that they typically did not do in the past in an effort to help the resource. So with this research, obviously we're trying to inform management, trying to inform mitigation, but we also wanted to adapt our behaviors. We wanted to follow suit, be cooperative, and the fact that this project would not even be possible without the support of landowners. So what we did not want to do was do the exact thing that we're asking them not to do. So we still need to catch deer. What are we going to do? Had a reverse slide there, sorry. Helicopter capture. Helicopter capture is what we're looking to do. Helicopters have been used to capture wildlife all over the world. But what about along the Mississippi River in an area that's forested? Certainly in more open areas of the Whitetails Range, helicopters are used very effectively. But in the case of our particular study area, obviously we were going to have some challenges. We weren't sure how successful we were going to be. Going to flip back real quick. The plan was if we do get our hands on these animals, we're going to collar them. Obviously, the collars we're using today have GPS capabilities, so we're able to get daily uploads of data. We're also using collars here that are going to be put on both bucks and does of all ages, or I commonly refer to as brown deer. That's what we're trying to catch, brown deer. We also had special interest in buck fawns, as they're some of our greatest dispersers. They often can travel some of the greatest distances. So because of that and the concern of what they may be carrying with them in the form of CWD, we certainly wanted to be informed as to where exactly they're moving. When you look at these collars, you'll notice, and it may not be easily noticeable based on the size of the photo, but the buck collars actually have an expandable portion. So that accommodates the fluctuation or change in neck size. Also with these adult collars and the number of points that they're gathering per day, we're looking at upwards of 3 years or more of data from these animals. So that's great. These collars, though, for the fawns, obviously, because of the rapid change in body growth, those collars are going to fall off much sooner. So we're only going to get about a year's worth of data from them just because of their substantial change in growth. When we're looking again at these collars, one thing to realize, we're talking about substantial change in growth. How are we going to take these collars off? These collars are actually armed with a mechanism that will allow them to drop. That drop mechanism has already been pre-programmed. But in addition to them being pre-programmed, there's also the ability to have them drop remotely. So we could drop them in the event that an animal would be in distress. In addition to that, these collars that are going out, they're also going out with ear tags. You can see a bag taped to each of the collars. So what's in that bag is a data sheet that's been mostly filled out for the person handling the deer and affixing the collar to the animal. Also those ear tags, in addition to the ear tags that go onto the deer. And I'm not sure how this, we actually lost the slide. Besides those ear tags, there was actually a swab with a Whirlpack bag. So what is that swab? That swab is actually used for antemortem testing. Antemortem, in this case, we're talking about the live testing of deer for CWD. So what happens when the handler has the deer that's restrained, we're actually swabbing the inside of the mouth. We're using a test known as real-time quaking-induced conversion. Acronym for it is RT-QUIC in the event that you've heard it. So it's a very sensitive amplification test that allows for the sampling of material, both environmental and fluids, in this case, saliva from a deer. So that's going to help at least inform us at the time of capture whether or not those deer had detectable levels of CWD prions in their saliva. So going back in order now, apologize for that lost slide, but the helicopter with the 2 net gunners, and you know our plan and our objectives. Our objectives basically are to track and look at deer movement. Also consider deer survival in the event that any deer were lost due to mortality. In this particular study, there's going to be thorough necropsies to assign a cause of death to those animals. So with that, were we successful? Just pay attention to the helicopter. It'd be very difficult to see the deer running under it, but you see the net deployed. I also want you to pay attention to the time right here. This is how quickly the net gunner is down and on that animal. All that happened within 10 seconds. And there's some significance to that. We're trying to work as quickly as possible to both subdue the animal, but also to begin the workup process because it is very stressful. Here's a picture of the deer on the ground. The deer in this case is an adult buck. You can see that it's hobbled. This deer is actually not chemically immobilized, meaning this deer was not drugged. You'll notice because of where we are, there were some special precautions too that were pretty basic. So this deer captured under a net, fired from the net gunner, is first hobbled, which essentially the back legs and front legs are tied together with a strap that restrains the animals. And then an eye cover goes over that deer. In this case, we're just using a small beanie with the top cut out. By doing that, where it's one-time use. So again, we're coming in contact with the mouth, the eyes, all things that can be sources for CWD prions that could then be moved to another animal. So we're trying to use one-time things. That was the ideal of the swabs too. Those swabs allowed us to pull something out of a sealed package. Gloves are changed each time. They're going into a whirl pack. So again, everything's single use, but you can see the collar that's affixed, the ear tags that are in place. So there was some special protocols developed. I'd like to thank our wildlife health program for that. Both Dr. Berry and Dr. LaCour were very helpful in providing some guidance when it came to protocol, not only for handling the animals to reduce stress on those animals, but also to hopefully help prevent unintentional movement of the disease from one property to another or from animal to animal. As you would expect, we started working out away from where we had positive detections, and our final capture locations were actually where we have detected the disease. Just a basic picture of the net that's fired, 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 nets. These nets have weights on the end. Essentially hit the animal, wrap them up. That allows the person time to get the animal under control. Next slide. And unfortunately, we lost a few slides. I'm not exactly sure what happened there through sharing with Dropbox, but we do have, and we'll wing it, but we do have a few crucial slides to this, to the project, and we'll just elaborate on the rest. But you can see here, this is the capture time is everything. Again, we did not use chemical immobilization. Why didn't we use chemical immobilization? Chemical immobilization is very effective. It allows you to easily handle the animal, but it also takes time for the drug to work. When we're chemically immobilizing these deer, it's not like what we see on TV. If any of you've used chemical immobilization, you know that there's an induction time. There's a certain amount of time before the animal is actually going to be under anesthesia. In the case of the drugs that we were using, we're using a drug known as Nowmed A. When Nowmed A is actually administered to a deer, at a minimum, it's going to take 5 minutes before the animal is actually under. And that's a minimum. The workup time that we hit was actually right around 5 minutes. So that animal is still under stress. You're still being restrained. You're still waiting for that 5 minutes to work the animal up. At this point, the animal's being released. That's an important thing. The other thing is not only you're extending that handling time, but once the drug itself takes effect, not only does it anesthetize the animal and the animal is then you're able to work it up, but that drug also has side effects. That was covered in a couple of slides that aren't included here, but some of those side effects include hyperthermia or increased body temperature. In other studies where this drug has been used, many of the animals that Nowmed was used on, unfortunately, required some type of intervention to cool the animals off. So they're being stressed. They're being, at that point, an extended stress. And then once the workup is done, we're looking at another minimum of 5, but possibly 20 minutes or more for that reversal drug to take effect to when that animal actually recovers. So we're talking about 15-minute to 30-minute window when we're using those drugs. Again, 5 minutes in comparison. If you insert something like moving the deer from the capture site to a workup site, then that only extends. So again, trying to keep that short, trying to keep that compressed was essential. This was very efficient too. It allowed us to catch many deer per day. We caught 35 deer in 2 days, 10 adult bucks, 10 adult does, 10 buck fawns, and 5 doe fawns. So we're able to get 35 collars out on deer, 2 days, and we had 0 capture myopathy. So we lost no deer from handling, no deer in response to negative drug interactions. And I remember when we started this, looking at what others were doing at the time, it's always good to talk to folks who are actively engaged in similar projects. And I remember them telling me one of my greatest challenges likely wouldn't be catching the deer, even though I thought it was. They felt the greater challenge would actually be loss of animals due to the pursuit. So you have these animals being pursued and stressed. They're already having increased body temperature. And then you're hitting them with a drug that further spikes that body temperature. And those were some big problems that they had run into. Again, we wanted to keep this simple. We're looking at movement and we want to know whether or not deer have CWD. So we wanted to get a collar on them, ear tags, and then the mouth swab was the game changer. And the only reason we really knew about that, it just shows the value and importance of networking. Just a Mississippi State vet school. The head of that lab was doing some research, looking at antemortem testing with saliva and comparing it to other methods that were currently in progress. And it was showing basically some paralleling results. So it seemed to be a very viable option. So it's just another example of where we can leverage knowledge as a group. Don't try to pioneer anything or spearhead or repeat mistakes from other studies, but leverage knowledge as a group. What you're doing there is hopefully coming up with some methods to better manage this species, but also in the case of this particular study, come up with some new and novel techniques that then afford you to overcome some of the challenges that folks that tried similar projects ran into. With that, this is actually the last slide. Unfortunately, we lost 4 or 5 pretty important slides, but I did cover it at least in the talk. With this, I just wanted to point out that this is actually a 5-year study. So we do have 2 more years of capture. So we're going to put collars out in the next 2 years. We're going to monitor deer for the next 5. Very important work here is obviously going to help inform management, but also going to hopefully help better inform our mitigation strategies as it applies to deer in this particular region. This is a project that I view as having a very long shelf life. Obviously, the information that we're going to gather and garner from this is going to have application to managers in the decades to come. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Yes, Eric. There's always, with any amplification test, there's going to be the potential for false positives. In this case, it's not final diagnosis. So if and when these animals during the study expire, there'll be a thorough necropsy of them. At that time, the test that's utilized is USDA approved test. That'll be the IHC test that we run. So that is actually the confirmatory test regardless. But it was the best we had, and it allowed us to shorten handling time and get animals turned around. So we're able to catch more animals in a day. We're able to reduce stress on those animals, but still at least inform ourselves as to whether or not there was detectable prions in that saliva. But good question, Eric. Yes. Yeah, so the question is about movement. We did have some flooding, obviously, in the late spring. Even in advance of flooding, we saw some pretty novel things right out of the gate. One of the deer captured just within a number of days, one of the bucks collared. It moved more than 10 miles north, not in response to flooding. It just moved. A week into the project, we had a buck fawn, decided he was going to swim the Mississippi River. And not only did he swim it, but he traveled 10 miles southeastward into the state of Mississippi. So we're already seeing quite a few things. We're going to have so much more to expand upon in the future when it comes to movement. But those were just probably some of the more novel ones for the sake of time that I could share as far as movement.
Questions? All right. Thank you, Jonathan. All right, next presenter, I'd like to introduce Cody Sedetall, the turkey study leader, and we're going to hear about survival and mortality of wild turkeys.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pretty slick, Jonathan. Dropbox. Come on, man. Before I begin, I just wanted to give the group just a little background of information about our latest turkey research project. Since 2014, we've had a ongoing wild turkey research project happening over in Western Louisiana, primarily in Kisatchie National Forest, Fort Johnson, W. May. You know, a condensed phase of that project was implemented in southeastern part of the state in 2020 to 2022. A lot of you folks in the room are integral in getting those projects and keeping them going, and I'm very appreciative of that work. We've recently completed our 11th field season of the entire project in Western Louisiana, making it the longest turkey project in the nation at this time. So that's something to be proud of. We got 2 more field seasons to go and more data to come in. We worked with a lot of partners. Some of those other partners on the project are the U.S. Forest Service, Department of Defense, Louisiana State University, and the University of Georgia. Our primary focus for the project has been on nesting ecology and movements relative to things like prescribed burning, habitat suitability and fragmentation, predator abundance, and the impacts of major hurricanes and subsequent habitat restoration efforts. We've also been able to share this data set with other entities for regional analysis of some of these same questions. This has also provided us opportunity to branch out in other direction and examine different things like do genetic analysis to evaluate flock structure, recruitment, breeding propensity. There's a project of University of Georgia that's happening that's using some of our data for that, to do some disease ecology work and subsequent demographic impacts on reproduction and survival. That's also out of the University of Georgia. We got some projects that are looking at abundance estimation. And also importantly, we got the project that I was going to talk to you today about looking at harvest rates and survival across southeastern United States. So the title of my talk, Survival and Cost-Specific Mortality Rates of Male Wild Turkeys Across Southeastern U.S. You can see we've got a long list of authors there. Dr. Patrick Whiteman, the first one listed, did most of the heavy lifting there. And those folks highlighted in red have a lot of significance. The ones in dark red have a PhD after their name. The ones in light red will soon have one. So in the beginning, I'd like to direct all high-level math and modeling questions to those folks. Trust me, you'll know when I get to that part of the presentation. I'll probably lose the ability to pronunciate, but you'll know when we get there. So with that in mind, we'll talk about acknowledgments for the project. Countless students and field technicians, staff, like I said, have been an integral part of this, and also many funding agencies. You can see those represented here. This slide, of course, justification for the project. Turkey population is declining and stabilizing in many parts of the United States and the southeastern parts of the U.S. especially. So there's concern over that. We need to have an increased focus on providing a sustained harvest for wild turkeys. You know, harvest fluctuations in turkeys are quite common, and folks are always looking at ways that down the road, maybe we can sustain things a little more and keep it available for future generations. There's a need to continually monitor and estimate survival and cause-specific mortality, specifically harvest rates. This will help us better inform our analysis tools down the road that we use to estimate turkey populations and things like that. And then again, at the end of this, no large-scale data analysis has been done on this type of data in the last decade dealing with wild turkeys. So using the concept of achieving sustainable yield, you know, it involves the idea that harvest surplus is removed with minimal impact to survival. Harvest in this case is often less than or equal to recruitment or immigration. And that kind of fits the definition of compensatory mortality. So do we have that? Determine what type of mortality we have with turkeys. Do we have the compensatory mortality or additive mortality? The way we test that, there's two main ways. We experimentally vary harvest rates on the same population, which we don't really have the ability to do with wild turkeys at this time, or we study marked populations with varying harvest rates, and that's what we did across this study. So the little charts at the bottom, just ignore the one in the center and look at the one on the far left and the far right, and it'll show you regression graphs with an additive mortality situation and a compensatory mortality situation. Whereas with the additive, as harvest rates increase, survival decreases directly proportional. With compensatory, survival doesn't decrease until some level of harvest is achieved, and then at which case survival declines. So I went backwards, just like Jonathan did. Whoopsie. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Objectives for the project were to estimate annual survival, harvest, and rates of cause-specific mortality for wild turkeys. We wanted to look at specifically age-specific estimates and differences, evaluate the potential differences across our study sites and across years, and compare estimates from non-hunted to hunted populations. We had that ability with this data set because of a study site we have over in South Carolina. We wanted to evaluate the assumption that spring harvest represents an additive mortality source for males. You know, for years we've been making that assumption in the turkey community. Not everybody was in agreement with that, and at some point that was the primary objective here, was to hopefully look more closely at that and come up with an ultimate determination. Our study areas, this is a map representing those. We had 4 states within the study. Of course, Western and Eastern Louisiana, you see. We had a public land study site in Georgia, a public land study site in South Carolina. That was a hunted population, which is Webb, and a hunted and a non-hunted study site in South Carolina, which was the Savannah River site that was located over there as well. We had 3 private land sites in North Carolina representing 3 different management regions there. We use 2 primary methods of data analysis for this. First, I'll tell you about is the one we're most confident in because it makes the fewest assumptions, primarily because we're dealing with radio marked birds only. This is our known fate analysis. You know, we have the most information on these birds. We know exactly, we tend to think we know as close to exactly what happened to these birds as possible, just because of the technology we're using when we tag them. I'm going to begin to talk about this modeling stuff that I mentioned earlier. So time to event models were used using a Kaplan-Meier estimator. We use cause-specific mortality rates via the competing risk non-parametric cumulative incidence function estimator. Our things we were looking at, the categories we listed were predation, harvest, vehicle strikes, disease, and unknown. We had age, site, year differences using Cox proportional hazard models and the Wald-Z significance test. That just means we had a hazard model that was added to this in layman's terms. And we investigated temporal variation over time, of course, of these hazard risks. We wanted to examine additive versus compensatory mortality using cost-specific mortality rates. We compared annual variation in hazard rates, and then we regressed annual survival against harvest rate to see what our regression graph would look like there. The second method we used was a joint live dead analysis. It's a Barker multi-state model. This is very closely similar to a band recovery model where we make assumptions about band recovery rates, about crippling loss, and things of that nature. So some of the things we have more information about with our known fate model and analysis, we don't have that information with these. So we're using not only our radio marked birds in this analysis, but we had a subset of our birds that were band only, you know, only marked with leg bands as we used to do in the past. Again, age, site, year differences using model selection. But this model gave us the ability to analyze things from a known age class perspective, because we had a larger subset of the birds that were tagged as juvenile only, so they were known age at the time of capture. General results of all of these, we captured 860 males across all the study sites for this project across all years. Of those, 549 had radio transmitters, 162 juveniles, 387 adults. We had band only on 311 of those birds, 156 juveniles, 155 adults. And of the adults, we had 365 mortalities. 240 of those were harvested, 8 transmitters cut, 3 crippling loss, 67 predated, 3 vehicle strikes, 1 disease, and 14 unknown. Of the juveniles, we had 40 mortalities, 21 predated, 15 harvested, and 4 unknown. And of our known age birds harvested, of which we had 84, 15 of those were juveniles, 43 2-year-olds, 16 3-year-olds, 9 4-year-olds, and 1 5-year-old. So as you increased in age class, our sample size dropped to a pretty low number there. Another take home to this table is if you look to the column to the far right, you'll see the percentage of harvest that occurred on private lands. A lot of the sites I mentioned were public land hunting opportunity, but some of the harvest is also occurring on private lands that are adjacent. And then, of course, the sites down in North Carolina or up in North Carolina are all private land sites. So 100% of that harvest was occurring on that private land. We take a little closer look. I've highlighted in red here the Louisiana data, what we specifically contributed to the project. We have 375 birds tagged in Louisiana, 138 jakes, 237 adults, and 151 of those had transmitters, and 224 were band only, as some of those adult males or gobblers only were part of a mortality study that was implemented on Kisatchie before we started using GPS transmitters for the project. So we had a pretty significant contribution to the project overall, and we continue. This was as of 2022, so we're continually adding more birds to this sample size. So moving on and talking about some of the results. This is the results of our first analysis, the one we're a little more confident in, the known fate results. Annual survival in a hunted population, annual survival of adults is 0.54 based on the estimate that was produced. Juveniles is 0.86. And on a non-hunted population, adults was 0.83. Important to note here, we don't have an estimate, a survival estimate on juveniles in the non-hunted population because it was a really low sample size. They only were able to tag 1 as of 2022 as part of this project. So the only survival estimate and harvest estimate, which of course you won't have a harvest estimate, pretty much non-hunted, but we only had adults in that sample. So harvest rate on adults estimated at 0.29 and on really low at 0.02 on juveniles. Predation rate, hunted population, this is on adults, it was 0.15, juveniles 0.12, the non-hunted population 0.11. So pretty consistent across the board of what predation rate is, and we'll get into that with a couple more slides a little later on. All other sources of mortality, this was the others, vehicle strikes, unknowns, and such like that, 0.03 on adults, juveniles 0.01. And then they found no statistical differences across years or study sites. That was kind of interesting to me. It's something that may pose a question down the road as we get a little more Louisiana specific information. But these next couple graphs detail annual survival relative to time of year and the start of turkey season throughout these study sites. So when we look at our graph, the blue line represents adult male wild turkeys and the red line represents juvenile male. You can see that the most dangerous time of year is typically during the March through the end of June for wild turkeys, as their survival decreases pretty rapidly at that time and then levels out. The next graph shows that same data relative to when turkey season starts. I know it's a little hard to see, and I don't remember, there's a pointer. But if you look at week 0 would be when turkey season starts, and you can see that annual survival starts decreasing at that point and then levels out at approximately 8 to 10 weeks after turkey season. This graph here is pretty interesting to me as well. It shows the results of the hazard rate models. And of course, and the time at which that occurs. Of course, the hazard rate for harvested turkeys happens when? During turkey season, right? That's that big spike you see on the red line there that's represented. But The most interesting part is look at those hazard rates for all the other categories. Our adult turkeys that were not harvested also spikes those same months. You know, it's not super high. The hazard rate is not nearly as high as it is on birds that we get harvested, but it's still spiking. Non-hunted population, the SRS population represented in blue, same spike. You know, juvenile birds, the same spike in harvest, same time, hazard rate, the same time of year. So what's going on there? That's an increase in predation and natural predation due to an increase in vocalization. You know, we read about that in previous literature. It was just real interesting to me that this was able to pull that out and show it pretty clearly here. So the last part of this analysis was our additive versus compensatory regression analysis. These dots represent average annual survival and harvest rate by site, by year, and then we put the regression on top of that. So you can see that this chart clearly resembles that first little graph of an additive mortality situation, where as harvest rate increases, survival goes down, pretty much directly related to it. There's very little evidence of compensatory mortality there. So the second type of analysis are joint live dead Barker model results. This is where we added in our band only birds, and it's going to give us the capability to look across age classes. Annual survival for adults was 0.40, so annual survival estimate dropped a little bit. Remember, more uncertainty in this model. A few more assumptions are made about band recovery, about crippling loss, and things like that. 0.88 for juveniles, still really high survival for juveniles. Harvest rate on adults, slightly lower, 0.24. Juveniles, about the same, 0.02. And then they also found no statistical differences across years and sites. This is the part I was telling you about, the different age classes. This is known age survival probability and harvest, basically the probability that a bird will survive to the next age class. So for juveniles, it was 0.90 and the harvest rate was 0.03. 2-year-olds, as we know as managers and sportsmen, take a hit. Survival probability drops down to 0.22 and a harvest rate of 0.26. 3-year-old birds back up to 0.41 on survival probability, 0.18 on harvest rate. And 4-year-old back down again and harvest rate up again. However, word of caution on the 3- and 4-year-old birds, as I mentioned, we didn't have a big sample size on those birds, and I'll get to where a little more is needed on that in the future. So discussion, both of our analysis showed high juvenile survival, which is good, obviously. We feel like the survival estimate we're most confident in is the known fate results of 54% annual survival in a hunted population and an 83% annual survival in a non-hunted population. Pretty significant difference there. So that would indicate hunting is the primary cause of mortality, therefore additive. Similar predation rates all occurring in the spring, as I explained. So interesting to see that and see that play out with that model. And a 29% known fate harvest rate, which is pretty high, among the higher thresholds in the literature that's allowed. You know, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service publication that a lot of people draw back to, you see a picture of right there, recommends harvest rates below 30%, as long as it's assuming that harvest is not interfering with breeding and recruitment either. So some assumptions are made, but you can see we're toward the higher end of that harvest rate recommendation threshold. We saw a variation based upon age, but we did not see variation on year and site. So to take home, harvest is additive. Reducing harvest should increase male survival and carryover. I think, you know, a lot of managers are starting to recognize that, why you're seeing a lot of adjustments on season to become more conservative. And this data just helps support that a little more. Current harvest is likely too high, but we're still unsure on that because, you know, unfortunately, we have to rely back to models to be able to predict out populations, and they're only as good as the data we put in. So we all know that. So more work is needed in that realm in order to collect more and better data. Specifically, we need known age survival estimates and a known fate analysis. That would be utopia. We could get more birds out there, more juvenile males tagged with long-term tags, satellite tags, VHF tags, and we can track them throughout their tenure there and have a known fate on those birds. And harvest and survival estimates were similar across land ownership, which is surprising to some folks because people often think public land gets a lot more pressure than private. And this data analysis didn't show that as the case. So with that, I'll take any questions. John. No, you were looking at the hazard fate model. Try to get back to it, John. That was the hazard risk to adult turkeys that were not harvested. In other words, the risk of predation or something happening to them. And that's where it was showing the similar results. That was this graph right here. Between both juveniles that were harvested, because there are very few juveniles harvested, right? You were looking at 2%. So you see a little blip up there, that's in the yellow. And then the juveniles that are not harvested is the peach color. So you can see that same risk increase at the same time of year. That's what the take home there from that graph is. And it's during the breeding period when they're most vocal, you know, when predators have probably the easiest access to them. Any other questions? Surely there's something.
Oh,
Nope.
well, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cody. All right, I'd like to introduce Brad Kennan. We're going to hear about effects of drought on white-tailed deer. Over to you, Brad.
Appreciate it, Duck. Like you said, my name is Brad Kennan, Deer Program Specialist for the department. Here to talk about the effects of drought on white-tailed deer in the second wettest state. I'll go ahead and save you the Google search. We got beat out by Hawaii, but we still beat Mississippi. Normally, when we think of challenges from environmental events in Louisiana, we typically think of flooding. Whether that's flooding from river flooding, inland flooding, or tropical events, we're somewhat familiar with the impacts that that might have on deer and their habitat. But what about droughts? The effects of drought are well documented in more arid regions of the white-tailed range, and results from areas such as South Texas document the importance of rainfall, especially in spring and early summer, as it pertains to deer condition and productivity. But what about Louisiana? Considering the term drought in this case is presented as the departure from normal, in which our normal would be up to 60 inches of rain along the coast and up to 50 inches in North Louisiana. Due to exceptional drought conditions, many questions were asked by managers, landowners, and hunters in advance of the 2023 deer season. While we may not be able to answer those questions as they're asked at that time, we were able to take a look back at past events with similar drought conditions just to see how those impacted the deer at the time. Here's a drought monitor timeline for Louisiana, ranging over 20 years, in which case the exceptional drought conditions are labeled in maroon, ranging to abnormally dry, which is in yellow. And on that rating there, that is all considered to be below average rainfall. If it's got a color to it, then it would be considered below average. And on this monitor, we can see that we had similar drought conditions in year 2000 as well as in 2011. So again, with how the drought conditions are labeled, if you notice, there are portions in North Louisiana and South Louisiana that are either labeled as abnormally dry or moderate drought conditions. And if it was labeled as just white, then that is above average rain conditions or drought conditions. Fast forward, the previous map was for December of 22. If you fast forward to September of 23, you'll notice that over 50% of the state is considered to have exceptional drought conditions, while the remainder does have, is ranked as either extreme, or to moderate drought, conditions. So we're to look at, past events, like, so we'll get insights from similar drought conditions. We're able to look at WMA and DMAP known age measurements, such as body weights, antler measurements, and lactation, as well as herd health data and habitat indices. So for the first variable that we'll look at will be body weights by age class. In this case, is for year 2000, where we would compare that year with a 10-year average as well as 1 year post-drought. The 1 year post-drought is mainly to detect any lingering effects that may have occurred because of that drought. And here you can tell there's no real significant difference. And then we look again at the same body weights, buck weights by age class for the drought event in year 2011 as compared to the 10-year average and post-drought conditions or post-drought year. And again, no significant change. We also wanted to take a look at another habitat type, whereas the previous habitat type was just bottomland hardwood. This will be pine and mixed pine habitat. So for the same past event of 2000, we looked at buck's age class with no real variability, except for maybe a little bit in 4.5 plus, but that was still within normal range of variability when you're looking at these characteristics. Again, pine habitat, bucks weight by age class for year 2011. We saw no change outside of normal range of variability. So no change for either event for buck weights. But what about antler measurements as it pertains to drought conditions? We looked at main beam length by age class for year 2011 for hardwood habitat. We saw no change, almost to where it looks like the exact same numbers. Same thing for pine and mixed pine habitat, or it's almost identical. Not seeing anything across the board for either habitat types. We also looked at lactation, which lactation can be a good, lactation of older does can be a good indicator of productivity and can give some insights of herd health and recruitment. Whereas here you can see their bottomland hardwood and pine habitat on the same graph as compared to their 10-year average. This is for year 2000. While there was a slight dip, is not outside of the range of variability that you would typically see when you're monitoring lactation over time. Same thing in 2011. Not only did we not see a negative impact, there's a slight higher average over the 10-year average. So we were able to answer the questions about what happened in past events. But the question still remains, what did we see from the 23-24 hunting season? Well, in parts of that, we had factors to consider, such as habitat conditions. And some of the best ways to do that would be to look on our WMAs or public lands, where there are large acreages that in this case, on the left, that's Kisatchie National Forest, and on the east side is Richard K. Yancey, each of which would represent pine habitat or bottomland habitat, which would be Richard K. Yancey, and Kisatchie National Forest for pine and mixed pine habitat. So in that habitat condition, you can look at available food resources and deer abundance. And while we looked at public lands, we looked at the WMA browse survey analysis, where we're looking at percent use of preferred species, percent use of species present, as well as total plants browsed. And in this, we're really looking for any extreme high pressure on those preferred browse species. This was a good indicator also on public lands because there's no supplemental feeding allowed, which could possibly change some of your browsing results. And if you look at surveys from both 2020 and 2023 for Richard K. Yancey, there was no real difference between the 2 years. That's typical change in range of variability on survey between survey years. And the same is on Kisatchie National Forest. So when we look back at the DMAP known age data for 2023, we're going to look at buck weights by age class, again for hardwood habitat, where there was no change. And also the same is seen on pine and mixed pine habitat, where there's no significant changes. We also looked again at main beam by age class for pine and hardwood, and they're almost identical to their respective 10-year averages. Lactation rates were also monitored for the 23-24 season, where we did not see any significant change, with a slight increase to bottomland hardwood, but that again is still that fluctuation that you might see from year to year. So in conclusion, overall events monitored in 2020, 2020 or 2011, as well as the 23-24 hunting seasons, we saw no impacts in variables of body weights, antler measurements, or lactation outside of normal range of variability. It's not the typical results you would expect to see if you were going to compare data from the areas such as South Texas, where you can see extreme change in lactation and body weights potentially with lack of rainfall. Shows the importance of recording physical harvest data. That's the main take home from all of this, is to be able to track those changes and provide answers as that pertains to our state. It's hard to answer questions if you don't have all of the answers as it pertains to the deer in our state. Other impacts that may be seen, there were localized impacts seen as far as habitat in the form of tree stress and mortality. That should be monitored over time. And to ask what that'll look like in the future, we will continue to monitor habitat conditions and harvest data over time to be able to answer any of those questions we may have in the future. Have any questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, so those years in particular were 2000, which was not a drought year, as compared to the 2023, which was exceptional drought conditions, and there was really no change seen between the two. Not anything that you wouldn't typically see between that 3-year interval for browse surveys under normal conditions. Yes, sir. No, we actually had some of the higher, at least for 23, 24, we had some of the higher harvest rates that we've seen since monitoring it or recorded anyways. Yeah, I think you would be able to see, with any canopy opening like that, you will have, more sunlight on the ground, more browse availability in time. And you could potentially see it in the harvest data as well, whereas body weights may increase, and lactation rates may increase, things like that. Yes, looked a little bit into the mass crop, whether or not it had any, influences on the conditions up the deer in the sense of harvest rate or harvest conditions. When looked at past drought of 2011, the mass crop actually fluctuated so much, and you can't really say whether or not it had any impact. 2011, the mass survey showed well above average, and then if you look at 2023, most areas within pine and hardwood, that was actually much lower, but you still saw the same no impacts from drought when you looked at the harvest data.
Thank you, Brad. All right, so there's a presentation we've been looking for because we can smell food. So I'll introduce Paul Link. He's gonna discuss habitat use of Speckle Valley, Louisiana.
Yeah, so I get the distinction of being right before lunch, keeping you guys from smelling that good chicken, so I'll try to be quick. Yeah, today I'm going to talk about habitat use of white fronts in Louisiana. I'd like to first thank my co-authors here, the folks that did most of the analysis for me. Bill Beatty, who's with USGS Upper Midwest Environmental Science Center. Brett Leach, who was a technician on this project for 2 of the 3 years that I'm going to be presenting data on today, who's now the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission Waterfowl Program Manager, and Lisa Webb, who's the Regional Director for co-op units across the Southeast United States. So why white fronts? Like most waterfowl and wetland dependent wildlife in Louisiana, they're on a pretty steep declining trajectory. The graphic here is our midwinter survey, which is our only metric for white fronts in Louisiana. We don't count them on any of our other fall or winter surveys. But what I don't want you to think after seeing this is that we aren't important for white fronts in Louisiana anymore. In fact, I'd argue we're the exact opposite, primarily because I see more than we estimate in our entire midwinter survey, oftentimes in one field in October in Southwest Louisiana. And this is at a time when all these states with an increasing trend don't have harvested crops and don't have a lot of flooded habitats on the landscape. So what this is telling me that our white fronts here, they come here and then they're just smart enough to get out. As harvest happens up north, habitats start flooding, and prior to our January surveys where they could be counted. So it's still a critically important place for Louisiana. However, continentally, the population's doing really well. Recently, we've noticed a pretty steep decline. They're now at about 30-year lows. A lot of this is probably due to spring mismatch. Be happy to discuss that later. But basically what this is the birds are, due to climate change and long-term changes, they're departing Prairie Canada wrong in the fall or in the spring, heading back north to the Arctic. And the one thing I've really learned about this project is what that risk for them means when you get to watch these birds year after year. So if you're a white front sitting on the Gulf Coast on Rockefeller Refuge, it's about like predicting what the weather would be in Saskatoon. Like that's the magnitude of the gamble that they're making when they're trying to decide when they should leave for the Arctic in the spring. It's literally almost a continent away. And what we've noticed these last few years is that due to these global changes in climate patterns, they're sitting there in Prairie Canada in late April and early May being tricked into thinking that we got to go. And then they get to the Arctic and it's still locked up ice and rocks for 45 days. So it's causing a decline in their productivity, but that's a whole nother talk for a whole nother day. Anyway, to better understand what's going on with the white fronts here in Louisiana, we need to catch them here. We need to figure out what those that choose to stay here are doing, and then more importantly, compare them to those that are leaving to see if they're doing different things than those birds that are choosing to leave here. And to do that, we have to catch them here. I quickly learned why. About 99.5% of all the white fronts that had ever been captured were caught during the molt in the Arctic. They are very hateful. They do not like people. They don't like to be caught. They're also very proud. They won't come to bait. A lot of the people in the room have probably caught a lot of wildlife before. Doves, wood ducks, turkeys. That's like taking candy from a baby trying to catch white fronts. They don't come to bait. As you can see in this picture, that's typical white front habitat. You can see those big orange goofy feet. They like to hang out in very sparse barren habitats that you simply walking out there leaving boot prints causes them to never come back. So it was a real challenge trying to figure out how to catch these things. By the time they get down here, they've already been hunted for a couple months. They're already pretty cagey. So I had to develop and build a lot of equipment specialized for these things. I redesigned a bunch of rocket net boxes that folks have used for turkeys, made them really low profile, designed and ordered nets that were great big mesh made out of really small thread with really, really long anchor lines on them. And I pushed the limits for what you could do with pipe bombs, basically glorified rocket nets, to make them push these things farther and faster. Because they hang out in these vegetation-free areas, you can occasionally suck them up to some vegetation. But they're really hard to catch, so it's pretty gratifying when you finally do catch them. Like we did here. This technology, we launched this project in 2015. These were the first birds in North America to ever carry this technology, GPS, GSM devices on collars. At the time, it was pretty hot stuff. It's already becoming kind of archaic and obsolete. In fact, the first devices that we deployed have been offline due to the 3G phase out for about 1.5 years now, but everybody knows about this stuff now. Really accurate data, 5-meter accuracy, accelerometer data on them now. We didn't have the first few years of this project, but the timing of our project couldn't have been better. We didn't have to mess around with backpacks or anything, and we had pretty easy putting these things on, and the birds carried them really well. We had annual advanced technology. As I mentioned, these were the first devices to ever be deployed, and not surprisingly, the first year worked really well, and we got all excited. Literally all 11 of our birds that we marked survived and moved around, did really well. And then the next year, it got pretty sporty. We had really high failure rates. Birds started disappearing. We'd go back to where we last had locations for them, and we'd still see them. Same thing in 2017, had declining performance. And a lot of this was due to components, just like we're dealing with now. There's rapid advancements in battery types. We'd have nickel cadmium one year, and then lithium ion would come along, and oh, it's better. Well, it's unproven. You put them in these devices, you let them go on birds and never to be seen again. All this stuff didn't really have time to be tested. So we went through rapidly advancing transmitter designs, components, hardware, software, everything. And then finally in 2018, a company in Lithuania of all places came through with a much better product that you see there on the far right. And those are the devices that we've been deploying to this day. So since this pilot year in 2015, I've deployed 221 collars on adult female white fronts in Louisiana, and another 60 or so in other states north of us. But the data that I'm going to be presenting today is only from those 3 years, 2016 through 2018. This is what that data looks like. This is one bird that returned pretty much exactly to where I captured her on Lacassine Land Company property. The analysis includes 83 birds. We censored birds that either departed or got shot within the first day, which is essentially 50 locations. These things are getting a location every 30 minutes. And the dates ranged from the 22nd of October when we had our bird first return from the 2015 marking season. Took us a little longer to catch them in year 2, but includes both birds that we were marking and birds that returned to the study area, which is the whole state of Louisiana in subsequent years. This included 133,000 locations over those 3 years and was 13,275 unique fields. During the pilot year in 2015, we noticed that we were going to miss out on a lot of information relying on remotely sensed data, which was a cropland data layer in the National Land Cover Database. Saw a high error rate in what those remotely sensed categories were calling habitats versus what we were seeing on the ground. So we were able to hire a couple technicians for each of the next 2 years to go ground truth all of the locations that White Fronts used. This is some of the information that they were collecting: the veg type, height, and water depth, presence, absence of waterfall, and they attempted to do all this without disturbing the birds, which is pretty important. We parsed the state into 4 distinct regions, primarily based on cover types. Again, we visited all these locations typically within a week, sometimes a few days, but tried to get to all of them within a week. You can see the difference in the primary land classifications among the regions. I also captured a few birds at Rockefeller in 2018, so we had to create this coastal zone. Most of the birds that we marked in other places did not go south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway, but this group of Rockefeller birds seems pretty consistent with what Jon Janssen found in the early 2000s with lesser snow geese, that there's probably a distinct coastal subpopulation of white fronts. Those things are stubbornly predictable, even when we have hurricanes that just ravage Rockefeller. The birds that we've marked there in previous years, they come look at Rockefeller. Oftentimes they don't land, but they come look every year, sometimes many times per year. They keep coming back thinking that maybe it'll improve, which is interesting. It's going to be one of the things that eats on me here the last couple of years of the study to try to figure out what we can do to try to learn more about them. The analysis itself, again, like Cody mentioned, I'm also not a biometrician. I lean pretty heavily on my co-authors for this, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. And I know you're all hangry and don't want to hear about blend mix models, but this analysis included individual bird, year, region, land cover, veg height, water depth, hunt period, whether the hunting season was open or not, and then dial period, which is whether it was a nocturnal or diurnal location. Big thanks to Bill Beatty for doing most of this stuff. I hate to say that I now have a fairly good understanding of Bayesian statistics, and I never would have in my wildest dreams wanted that, but it happened. The first analysis I'm going to talk about was what I mentioned earlier about the accuracy, or rather the inaccuracy, of these remotely sensed data layers. This data is derived during the growing season, and it was thought to be pretty accurate at the time, but as you all know, we have a really long growing season here. These birds are using these habitats 6-7 months after the growing season, or after those crops have been farmed and harvested. So a lot of things changed from the time our birds were using it. Only 2 of our 10 categories had accuracy greater than 50%. Rice and idle were only slightly better than pasture, herbaceous wetlands, and aquaculture. Thus, our major concern here is we caution people in using these data without some kind of ground truthing or assessment on that. Our idle and rice accuracies were even worse, down around 20%. Regional habitat use, as I mentioned, we parsed the state into those 4 distinct regions. The biological null was our top model in the central and coastal regions. This is likely due to limited variation of habitats in those areas. It's a pretty small sliver of available habitats in those 2 regions. The north and southwest regional models included water depth in addition to all the other variables. This was initially counterintuitive to me, as nearly 80% of all our locations statewide were in water less than 6 inches deep, which I'll show on the next slide. However, what we did learn, the model was picking up on the dependent variable, which was water depth, which was a count of the number of locations that occurred in a specific field with a specific combination of covariates. The other variables often change throughout the month, so that probably masked the effect. But what I don't want to say is that you need to pump your fields deeper if you want to attract white fronts. Literally everybody that goose hunts knows they don't like deep habitats. But that's what this model predicted, is that it's just showing a more consistent use among those deeper habitats. And that's also an artifact of being late in the winter. And in these two regions, foraging behavior for white fronts is typically a roost pattern where they're roosting on deep impounded wetlands and flying out. So there's more nocturnal locations in a day, and then there's a lot of midday locations where they're on these deep impoundments. So that ends the complicated analysis part of the rest of this. I'm going to talk about what it actually means if you're a land manager wanting to manage for white fronts. Don't go pumping up 30 inches of water and expect white front nirvana. Looking at the raw data summaries again is likely a lot more helpful here. When we look at, again, this is across all regions, not just the two that we found the deeper depths being more preferred or more selected. We see greater than 75% of all the locations are in habitats with less than 6 inches of water. When we tease apart diurnal and nocturnal, you're seeing here that birds are feeding slightly more in dry fields during the day and then going out back to roost at night in water. Veg stubble height, not a whole lot to see here, other than that 85% of the locations are in fields with less than 20 inches of vegetation, which again makes sense. White fronts are about a 28-inch tall bird, and they like to see what's coming to get them. So, looking at the habitat types, this again was one of the more important things and that we learned from this project. You see the biggest category includes fallow and moist soil, which together accounts for 40% of all use. I suspect a lot of you are familiar with the rice farming practices, especially in Southwest Louisiana, where the majority of our locations are from. Rice is on a 2 or 3 year rotation where there's an idle component in between rice varieties, or in between planted rice crop years. This is primarily due to poor soil health and or pest issues that they can't farm rice after rice. And then the other popular rotation is a rice and cattle, where they simply let the vegetation grow up, turn cattle loose on it, or work the ground and plant rye and put cows on it. So you see a lot of use of these idle and moist soil habitats. It's actually those two combined, which are biologically the same for me. They're higher than the actual use of rice stubble fields. But again, the only reason they're there is because of rice farming. So rice agriculture is critically important to these white fronts, statewide, but really in Southwest Louisiana. So eat a big bowl of rice and gravy tonight. Support your local Louisiana rice farmers. Land covered by dial period, you see more use of pasture during the day than at night. And again, that's probably a structure, vegetation height issue. Hunting doesn't make a difference in their use of habitats. We lumped all hunting periods together. At the time, we had 2 hunting segments with a split, and a post. And white fronts are hunted pretty much the entire time they're in Louisiana. From the day they show up until the time most of them are leaving, you can shoot at them. So they figure out how to utilize private lands and avoid guns and agricultural disturbance. And lastly, land covered by season, we wanted to see if there was an effect of early or late winter use, see if they shift, and not surprisingly, they did. We see more use of fallow ground late in the year, which was again probably an artifact of reduced leftover grain on the landscape, and green up, they start doing a lot of grazing on a lot of voluntary sprouts and stuff. Some of the products that have utilized this data so far, about 10 manuscripts already in press or have been published. We've got 5 grad students that have been working on this stuff. Again, this is just a tiny, tiny little snippet of the data that we've been doing at a very fine scale. We've got 2 grad students listed on the bottom there, Paul Zietz and Alex Beeth. They just started this spring at the University of Saskatchewan. They've got some pretty lofty goals with what they're trying to do. There's also 2 different teams of data working with this data. There's a mid-continent team that I'm a part of. It's about 15 people from around the country trying to work on the mid-continent population of white fronts. And then there's also what we call a global team. It's about 25 researchers from literally around the world that are working with all 4 subpopulations of white fronts. Our North American white fronts, Greenland population white fronts, the Asian, and also the European white front. So it's pretty cool wide scoping project that all started right here with a pilot year with 11 donor purchased units. So we're not quite to Cody's level of 11 years, but we're creeping up on it pretty quick and hopefully going to have all the answers to all our questions about white fronts. Again, whole crap load of people help make this thing possible. I can't possibly list all the people here, but particularly thanks go out to the landowners. The Southwest Louisiana National Wildlife Refuge Complex has let me pretty much have free reign of their refuges for captures. Lots of private landowners open their doors up, particularly after the hunting season. I'd like to thank all the hunters that shoot and return callers so we can redeploy them. Lots of hunters pass on opportunities to kill our birds. A lot of them have learned how difficult and hateful they are to catch. And so every time one of them passes on one of our birds, I'm super appreciative that I don't have to subject myself to trying to replace them. And then lastly, like a volunteer army of people that helps me. I can't catch these things alone. So it's great to have a big network of folks that help me go out and safely capture, handle them, mark them, let them go. That'll take any questions. Larry. Yeah, thankfully the rice rotation, we've got slightly declining trends in a lot of those preferred habitats, but thankfully a lot of the farms that they use have rotations going. Birds are highly phylopatric to the same places every year. I've got a couple birds that are boringly predictable. One of them has been 5 full migrations. She comes back to literally the same farm. When she picks up outside of Edmonton, her next stop is going to be on a farm near Mermentau, Louisiana. And they can find, in very close proximity to where they, typically come. There's not a lot of annual variation in where they go or what they do. And you saw they utilize a wide range of those agricultural habitats, fallow fields, moist soil, stuff that's intensively managed primarily for teal season, and then rice. They seem to make use of whatever's available, wherever they're from. Yep. Our harvest rate on these things is about double what it is for banded birds. And a lot of that in the early years is right here. If they are going to get shot, there was a 85% chance they'd get shot here. They hardly ever get shot anywhere else. A couple of them in Prairie Canada every once in a while, but by and large, if they're marked here, they get shot here. And again, the collars, they're not you saw the 2018 picture, like this was our first year project. They blend in really well. They're hard to see, but now we're putting gray collars on them. And obviously that's not preferred. We don't put them on wanting people to target them. But we only have 3 color options with this 3D printed device right now, black, white, and gray. So gray is the best compromise. We do have icing effects. All collar projects have icing effects, but we had I think it was a 2019 spring ice event in North Dakota that killed 7 birds in one event. They were all pushing right on the ice line. Terrible blizzard came through, temps dropped 30 degrees. We had birds that literally fell out of the sky that iced up. So, but again, we weigh all that backpacks, for the previous study that was done with these things with harnesses, it was terrible. Like our survival is much, much better. It's the best tool, we have for monitoring movements. Yep. I mentioned the 3G, 4G transition thing. That was a real gut check for us. The 3G devices, we had one that made it 7 years. So if the technology doesn't change and they continue to make changes, I imagine here at some point we'll phase out a 4G and go to 5G. And when that happens, we're done using GSM transmitters, because the only place they'll be able to transmit is going to be if they fly over Omaha or something. That's like one of the funnels where all the white fronts fly within about 15 miles of Omaha on their way north. So the technology, again, we wouldn't have ever guessed that would be our major limitation, was 3G phase out, but big, powerful, long range cell towers going to tiny little short range towers is really limited what we can do with these devices. Good.
All right, first up, we've got Eva Siskowski. And she'll be talking about nest success and survival of wild hatch whooping crane chicks here in Louisiana.
As we just heard, I work out of the White Lake office on the Whooping Crane Reintroduction Program. And today I'm going to talk to you about our nesting success and chick survival of whooping cranes in Louisiana. So first, I'm just going to go over a little bit of general population information. The Louisiana reintroduction began with the release of the first group of cranes at the White Lake Wetlands Conservation Area in early 2011 and continues today. 202 birds have been a part of the population to date. 167 of those have been hatched in captivity and released into the wild as about 6-month-old juveniles. 30 are chicks that have fledged in the wild, and then 5 have been transferred from a failed reintroduction project that was previously occurring in Florida. So right now we have a maximum of 82 cranes, or 41% of those 202 that are currently alive and in the population. 35 male, 34 female, and 13 of unknown sex, simply because they're wild hatched birds and we were unsuccessful at capturing them. 66% of those 82 cranes are what I term as breeding age here. That's 4 years old or older. 4 years old or older, or any younger birds that have already exhibited nesting. Of those 66%, 78% of them have nested in the past. And we've certainly seen younger birds, 2- and 3-year-old birds that have nested, but our average age of first nesting for both males and females is about 4 years old. So this is just a map showing the most heavily used areas within the state of Louisiana. The dark red parishes are parishes where we have current breeding territory. So at least one pair of birds has set up a nesting territory in that area. The brown parishes are ones that have been visited between 2021 and 2023. And then the light tan are prior to 2021. We had birds visit those areas. These are only ground locations, so any flight points over other parishes are not included in this map. And then we have the White Lake Wetlands Conservation Area in blue and the Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge along the coast in green. And those are the 2 places where we've released birds into the population. So jumping into reproduction, this graph shows the number of nests that we've had per year. We've had 11 years of nesting, starting in 2014 with 1 pair who nested 2 times. We had a peak number of nests, 41 in 2021. And last year we had, or this last spring, we had 24 nests by 15 pairs. But overall, we've had 219 nests by 41 unique pairs since nesting began. Results of our first nests. And here I have removed some nests that we artificially shortened due to some egg swapping. But of the rest of those, the remaining 124 nests, about 3/4 of them have been incubated to full term, including 3 where we caused a nest abandonment by trying to set up a trail camera, but the eggs of those nests were already predetermined when we pulled them. They were already dead embryos or the eggs were non-viable. So I've included them in my numbers here. So of those, the remaining 91 or 95 that have been incubated to full term, about 43 have hatched at least 1 chick. 18 have had dead embryos or an embryo. 21 had no eggs with no detectable embryo. So either a very, very early dead embryo that couldn't be detected when we opened them up after the egg sat there being incubated for 30 days, or they were infertile, and 6 didn't have any eggs left for examination. So they'd either broken on the nest or disappeared by the time we got out there. And there was no intact egg to collect. 4 were possibly full term, and then 3 were potential hatches based on membranes we found on the nest, but we never had any evidence that there was a chick alive. So that's just potential hatches. So our overall first nest hatch rate is 35%. But if we look at just the ones that went to full term, the overall hatch rate of ones that went to full term is still a little less than 50% at 45. The other nests failed or were abandoned, mostly some to unknown reasons, but we have had nests that have failed due to flooding. A pair in Avoyles Parish basically got frozen out one February. We've had birds that have abandoned their nest due to a levee breach, which has drained the water out of the field. And then we've had some that have just abandoned the nest, which means they left the nest, but they left their eggs on the nest. For second nest results, so after the conclusion of a first nest, we get a lot of re-nesting. 61% of those have been incubated to full term. 8 have hatched at least 1 chick. 12 have had eggs with dead embryos. 8 with no detectable development. 1, the eggs were missing, and then 1 may or may not have been full term. So our overall second nest hatch rate is much lower than our first at 16.3%. And failure of these nests is similar to the first nest failures. And if we just look at the nests that went to full term, the hatch rate of those is about 25%. And here I've also excluded some nests due to shortening with egg swaps and stuff like that. So because we have a very long breeding season for cranes in Louisiana, we have had 3rd nest attempts all the way up to 7th nest attempts. The pair that went to 7 nest attempts did not incubate all their previous nests to full term, obviously, but our breeding season is very long in Louisiana. This last spring, we had our earliest ever nest, which started in late January. And our latest nest this year went into early July, but we have had nests go into mid-July. So we basically have like a 6-month breeding season for the cranes. Of the 3rd to 7th nests, you can see we had 31 total nests in that category, only 6 incubated to full term with only 1 hatch. And then similarly to the other ones, we've had some with dead embryos and no detectable development. And we've also have conducted some egg swaps on those later nests as well. So a few interesting things we've seen with our birds so far. We've had 3 2-year-old males produce fertile eggs with older mates, which 2 is pretty young for cranes to be sexually mature. We've had 1 2-year-old female produce eggs. We've had several pairs that have re-nested after successfully hatching and then losing a chick. So a lot of pairs that are successful in hatching their first nest, at least 1 chick out of their first nest, that chick will make it. I think we've had somebody go at least 30 days with the chick. They lose the chick and then they'll try again after that. And last year in a first record for the species, we had a pair who successfully fledged a chick from their first nest, kicked that chick out, and we're like, we're doing it again. That nest was unfortunately unsuccessful because it contained a dead embryo, but it just goes to show how determined that they are. So we have a good re-nesting rate. If the first nest does not result in a fledged chick, our re-nesting rate is about 60%. And full-term incubation, especially in the first nest, is high, which is what we like to see. However, we have noticed that the hatch rate is significantly affected by embryo death. Failure for 22% of first nest and 28% of second nest can be directly attributed to the death of 1 or both of the eggs. So that's something that we've been trying to sort of figure out these last few years. And the last 2 breeding seasons, we've been collecting samples specifically from eggs that we collect. If there's a large dead embryo in the egg, we've been saving portions of the liver, and we've also been taking egg swabs at the nest when we do camera deployments. And then if we collect it after incubation, we also do egg swabs. So those samples have been sent to the Alaska Science Center, where there's some folks who are going to take a more in-depth look at the bacterial content of the eggs and what's present on the eggshell swab. We have done tests in the past for herbicide and pesticide toxicity, but nothing has ever come back kind of as a red flag. So we're going more the bacterial route right now. And then most of the nests have been in agricultural habitats to date. So about 2/3 of our nests are in mostly crawfish, a couple in rice, and then some just in fallow egg fields as opposed to a natural marsh environment. So although we have embryo death, we do get hatches in the wild. 82 have hatched since the beginning of nesting, 67 to their natural parents, 4 from eggs from Louisiana nests that we've moved into other Louisiana nests. 11 are from eggs from outside of the Louisiana flock. So the egg swaps I talked about earlier, if an egg from either captive produced cranes or from the other reintroduction project currently ongoing in the Eastern United States match up kind of with our nests, we'll swap an egg in from one of those populations and pull the eggs, pull the crane's natural eggs. We've had 15 chicks hatch in each of the last 4 years, and 63% of hatches have occurred in agricultural habitats, which lines up with how many nests we see in those similar habitats. So with hatches, we obviously expect mortality, especially for a chick that's very mobile, just within a day or two in a big environment. And most of those we presume it's predation, but we have had evidence of causes of death, and we have found some dead birds. So we've had 2 predation that we know of. One, a suspected mink, the head and the neck were just gone and the rest of the body was untouched. One due to a snake. We've had 1 likely illness, probably a bacterial illness. The chick died on the nest and the remains were just still on the nest when we went out there. 1 from emaciation, which is the photo on the upper right. That was in Texas. The landowner was desperately trying to get his pump back up and running to get water in his field. That pair, unfortunately, sort of confined to a small area due to a highway and fences. But the day he got a new pump running is the day the chick was found dead. And then we've had 2 unknown where we found remains, but we don't know the cause of death. One of them, the female, was also found dead during the same tracking flight due to a venomous snake bite. And 1 unknown down here in the lower left was just this year. And I don't know if you can see it, but in this corner, there's the chick is dead, just floating in the water. And that was the same day it hatched. So it hatched and died on the same day. And this graph shows the number of mortalities versus the age of the chick. So you can see most of our mortality occurs within 2 weeks. Those are their first 2 lines. But once the chick reaches about 35 days of age, its chance of mortality goes way down. And these are just some pictures of an example of a weather-related mortality event. And the first photo, there's a chick on the nest with an adult. It starts raining in the middle of the night. And between the second photo and the third photo, you can see how much the water really came up on that bird in the foreground. And then the next morning, the nest was just completely gone. So we assume that the chick got separated once the nest went underwater from its parents, and whooping crane chicks are not, they're water resistant to a point, but they will end up getting waterlogged and drowning. So we assume that's probably what happened to this one. And then 1 more example. This one is the snake predation from just this year. There's an adult on the nest. Their chick is 5 days old. And the male in the background is disturbed by something about 9 p.m. at night. And these photos are all 1 minute apart. The next minute, I don't know if you can see it, but there is a large snake on the nest. And the next minute, and all the rest of the photos, the chick is just not there. And the adults hang around for a while, kind of looking around, but the chick is gone. So ending on a positive note, we have had survival. We've had 30 fledged chicks so far, which is about 36.5% of all hatches. And it may sound a little low, but it's really not that bad for cranes. And it's about double the fledging rate of the other reintroduction project that's currently ongoing in the Eastern United States, whose project has been going on for 10 years longer than ours has. Of those fledges, 6 came from the egg swaps, and 4 of those 6 were reared by the same pair. So we know that they're really good parents if they can get chicks on the ground. 24 were hatched naturally and raised naturally by their actual parents. We've had 3 pairs of siblings that have fledged. Our youngest confirmed fledging was at 71 days old. 28 unique pairs of hatched chicks, 11 of which were successful at fledging a chick on their very first attempt. And we've seen higher fledging success in agricultural environments than we have in natural marsh environments. So almost or more than double the fledging rate in those egg environments. Theoretically, or probably because there's more human disturbance, maybe, less predator pressure. The areas are more open, so the adults can see predators more easily than in the marsh. And with that, I'll take any questions. Yes. What's that? So swapping eggs, we'll get an egg either from captivity or from the other reintroduction project that's been pulled. And we'll just go out to the nest, given that egg, which normally we wait until it's close to hatching. So maybe it's already pipped or it's already, pretty close to hatching, and we'll just give the pair that egg and take their own eggs away. Those eggs go back into captivity for a continued incubation, but as you've seen, we have a really high embryo mortality. So most of the time the eggs that we pulled don't make it. So it's a way of getting more chicks out on the landscape. And also we use it for the later nests because sometimes we run into water issues with farmers who need to drain their field. And if we can shorten up the incubation for some of those pairs, then that's a way of doing that. Yes? I don't know if captivity is the best comparison, but the other reintroduction project, they do not have an embryo death issue in the wild. If they have a fertile egg in the nest, it is almost guaranteed to hatch. So it's something, and all of our birds come from the same place. So their reintroduction and our reintroduction both have birds that came from the same captive breeding centers. So we know it's something specific to Louisiana because their birds don't have this issue. No, but if somebody else would like to figure it out, feel free. Anything else? Okay.
All right, next up, got Michael Seymour with Southern Unstriped Scorpion Inventory.
Thanks, sir. All right, so first things first, I might need to explain what an arthropod is, just so we're on the same page. Arthropods are simply jointed legged animals. They're usually, they have segmented bodies as well. In this case, I'm going to be talking about a non-crustacean arthropod. So non-crustacean arthropods include insects, arachnids like scorpions and spiders and mites. It also includes things like millipedes and centipedes. But today we're really going to focus on, obviously, on a scorpion. Who cares about any of this stuff, right? They're just insects. They crawl around. They get in our food. They eat our crops. But the fact of the matter is they're critically important to the habitats. The biomass of terrestrial arthropods in the world is pretty much on par with all other terrestrial vertebrates. So all of the humans on Earth, all of our cattle, elephants, mice, etc. It's about 150 million tons of carbon is stored in these insects. Oops, sorry. Uh-oh, there we go. I'll just use the arrow. They're also important because they provide us ecosystem services such as decomposing things and helping redistribute soil nutrients, like this dung beetle in the picture. They're important to food webs. A lot of things we hunt and fish, they rely on insects and other arthropods for food. They pollinate our crops, and they're also predators of crop pests, even though some of them are also crop pests. It's more than 55 billion per year in the US by native arthropods. So we're not including the European honeybee that everybody knows about. The decline in the number of flying insects has been linked to the loss of insectivorous birds, particularly nightjars and flycatchers and swallows and swifts. So these non-crustacean arthropods are important, and we have listed them in the Wildlife Action Plan, which is a plan that We put together for mostly non-game species. That's really species of greatest conservation concern. So species that are declining in Louisiana and also regionally. We have 82 non-crustacean arthropods listed in this upcoming state wildlife action plan that'll be published in 2025. One of those is an arachnid, which is the southern unstriped scorpion. And one thing that I need to fess up is that this list of arthropods especially is heavily influenced by the amount of data we have on them. So some of these things on our list, they may be actually more common than we think, but nobody's looking at them because nobody has the funding or time or interest apparently. So that's where we sit. So we're trying to keep things that are common. And if they need to be considered less imperiled than we at least think they are now, we're going to do that if that's what we find in our studies. Louisiana has 2 species of scorpions. One is the striped bark scorpion, which is in that top picture. It occurs mostly over that beige area to the west and central part of Louisiana. This map, I should add, is from iNaturalist, which a lot of us probably use. The red dots are actually detections of these species that you see in the pictures. The striped, southern unstriped scorpion is in that purple region right there at Tunica Hills. So right there, for those who don't know, I guess, right here. And there are very few detections of that in the state, if you can't tell from the dots. The green dots are kind of interesting. That's not in the native range of scorpions in Louisiana. These are introductions, probably for the most part, hitchhiking striped bark scorpions from north central Louisiana. One of them, interestingly, if you look at a picture on iNaturalist, it looks like some kind of tropical scorpion that came in with something, but I don't think it's a native species. The southern unstriped scorpion is pretty interesting to biologist nerds like me because it's got this disjunct population at Tunica Hills. So it's 200 miles away from the nearest edge of the rest of its population or the rest of its range in the US. Based on genetic drift and some other stuff, it's believed to have been in the area of Tunica Hills for about 3 to 5 million years, which means it was there before the last glacial maximum, which is about 20,000 years ago. And that's important for those who know about this stuff because a lot of stuff migrated with that last glacial maximum. So you'll see that a lot with plants, and I might go into that a little bit later. And as I've said before, there's just a dearth of information on the species and frankly, most arthropods in Louisiana. All right. In 2015, the Wildlife Action Plan listed this species as a species of that was critically imperiled in the state. So S1, that's about as rare as you can get in the state. It utilizes southern mesophytic forest, which is what occurs in Tunica Hills. Again, there's very few detections. There's certainly no population estimates. Prior to us going out and doing surveys, I think the last few detections was one by a researcher that came in specifically to collect the species to do genetics work. And prior to that, I got 3 of them when I was in college. And I think that's it. So the museum didn't have any, at least at that time when I was a student. So I donated it to them. NatureServe Explorer, which is kind of the mothership for wildlife diversity and heritage programs in the US. If you go to their species account, it's totally blank, which tells you something. So in 2022, we put together a proposal to get funding for from the state wildlife grants, which is the reason we do these wildlife action plans. In order to even get federal funding for these non-game species, you have to do a revision of that every 10 years. So that's what we do. And that's where we get most of our non-game funding. We really don't have much funding otherwise. So the idea with this particular study was very basic science, which is kind of nice to go back to really basic stuff compared to some of the other work that we've done. But basically, there's nothing known about this species. So really anything we can add to our knowledge is helpful. So the idea was to go to East and West Feliciana parishes where the habitat is presumably correct and survey. And then the idea is, at the very least, we're going to inform our conservation database, which we use for research purposes and for permitting. So when that scientist came and visited back in the early 2000s, it certainly would have been helpful to have these data because then they could go exactly where we found them and collect for research. So if we look at digital elevation models for the state, we have these mountains on the western half, and we have some mountains up in East and West Feliciana parishes, as well as other northern parts of the Florida parishes. So if we focus in on where we did our surveys, again, it's up in Tunica Hills, which is in West Feliciana Parish. We really wanted to look at kind of the low-hanging fruit, at least for this kind of pilot study that we're doing. And so that was, well, we'll go to these easily publicly accessible, or maybe not public, but easily accessible areas. So initially we picked out 5 spots: Tunica Hills Wildlife Management Area, the Rosedown Plantation, Audubon State Historic Site, Marianne Brown Preserve, and Port Hudson. And probably many of you at least have gone to Port Hudson in addition to Tunica Hills. And so, you know, it's kind of it looks hilly, and we sure thought it looked good. But if you look at this map, there's really not much relief showing up on this map down there. So this is kind of what this scorpion's habitat looks like. They like these road cuts. They use like the holes and the areas left by rotting tree stumps and tree roots and in these bluffs. They'll hide in animal cavities that have been dug out. So it's really these kind of presumably moist microclimates at the base of these bluffs, but probably in the base of the ravines as well. And so the one thing about this species, which you could probably guess just from seeing the picture of it and how brown it is, it blends in really well. So it basically looks like dead leaves at all times. And I can tell you that even looking for them with a flashlight at night, it's impossible to see them even when you know they're sitting right in front of you. But the nice thing about these is that as night comes on and as the day gets darker, it turns into night. And if you bring out UV flashlights, they light up like Christmas trees. So this is what we use to find them. So here's another shot. So the one on the left was taken in my office. The one on the right, I wish I could say I took, but that is an adult female. Actually, I think this one is a striped bark scorpion, but anyway, the one in the picture, it has babies on her back. That's how they take care of their babies. And it's kind of interesting to me, at least, that the young don't fluoresce. So that's actually picked up later in life. And presumably it is used as a way for the scorpions to sense UV light. And so the UV light comes from the sun, obviously, we all know that, but it also comes from the moon. So if the scorpions are walking around and they sense UV light hitting them, they know that they're not hidden from predators, basically. So if they crawl underneath a leaf and they feel that their tail is getting UV light, they know that they need to hide their tail. So these surveys were visual encounter surveys, which is exactly what that sounds like. We walked around with UV flashlights to look for scorpions. They started about 30 minutes after sunset and went until early the next morning. We did 13 surveys at Tunica Hills Wildlife Management Area. Each survey had 2 or 3 people. We covered about 17 miles. Port Hudson was also surveyed. It was 3 visual encounter surveys, 2 or 3 surveyors, about 3.5 miles. And we didn't go to Audubon, Rosedown, or Marianne Brown Preserves, at least not yet, and I'll talk about that. At Tunica Hills, we found 207 individual scorpions. That is a conservative count. We definitely did not overcount on these surveys. It came out to about 11 scorpions per person hour. Interestingly, at Port Hudson, we found absolutely nothing. And it could be just because of the habitat didn't quite match what they wanted. So again, if you look at this map, you can see there's not much in the way of topography at Port Hudson. And I would almost venture to guess that we're not going to find them at these other spots either, because they're just not as hilly and ravine-y, if that's a word, as Tunica Hills is. These are the detections that we had in Tunica Hills, all the blue dots. So we found them in the north and the south part. So interestingly, Tunica Hills Wildlife Management Area falls into the Bluff Forest ecoregion of, it's an EPA ecoregion. And it just so happens to really match up really well with that WMA. So maybe in the southern part of that blue polygon, we might find some, maybe. But we're not going to give up on these areas that are outside of that polygon, at least not yet. So back 130,000 years ago, wind-blown deposits from the Mississippi River alluvial valley created Tunica Hills. And over time, erosion caused the ravines, et cetera. This bluff lens goes all the way up to Memphis. But if you recall, the map of the unstriped scorpion, southern unstriped scorpion, doesn't include really anything. Basically, it goes just into Mississippi, and that's it. It doesn't go north of there, at least along this bluffland, which is interesting. And that does seem to match up with the idea that it was a remnant population that wasn't impacted by that ice age. So plants use that as a migration route, but these scorpions did not. So looking to the future, I've driven a bunch of roads in East and West Feliciana to look for other spots on private lands that we can survey that at least still occur in those areas with a lot of ravines. So that's where those blue dots are, or areas that we might want to target next. And the good news is, like I said earlier, we want to keep these common species common. The good news is Chuck and I, we went through a rank calculator to look at how imperiled this species probably should be. And instead of it being an S1, which is critically imperiled, just because of these surveys alone, it's been bumped up to an S2, which means imperiled. So probably as we do additional surveys, we may actually find out we don't need to worry about these things at all. Thank you very much. And I might have a minute or so for questions. Yes. Yep. No, we didn't do that yet. No, at this point, we're really spending as much time as we can in places we kind of know that they're going to be or that they should be. And yeah, there's a good reason, obviously, to look for negative data too, but we haven't done that. Yep. They seem to be out on warm nights. But to be honest, we really only surveyed May through July, I think. So, yeah. And they were there in August too. Yeah, whenever it's warm, they'll be out there. But and if they may be out there in the winter, but we've never surveyed, but I doubt it. Yep. 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 Yeah, as far as where he found them at? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, if you go to iNaturalist, there haven't been any detections of the unstriped scorpion north of whatever that county is right there in Mississippi. Yeah, Wilkinson County. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Now that being said, for some reason you don't see a lot reported from Clark's Creek, and I don't know why that is, because there's so much traffic up at Clark's Creek. Just nobody reports them. Maybe I don't know, and I don't know about north of there, but certainly it looks like they're not further up in those blufflands. You know, not much further up from Wilkinson County, for one reason or another. I mean, they should have been reported by now because there's enough people in those areas, but. All right. Thank y'all.
Right.
I'm gonna go a little short, so we'll probably get.
Right. Oh, we got plenty of time because one of these guys isn't presenting today, so we got 20-minute flex in there.
Oh, like I said, mine's probably gonna be on the shorter side.
Yeah, that's good. All right, next up, we got Chuck Battaglia, Conservation and Research of Louisiana Pine Snake.
So like you said, I'm going to be talking about pine snake research the state's doing. So I'll go into a little bit about the life history of the species, since probably a lot of y'all don't know that much about this animal. Louisiana pine snake is a large constricting snake, non-venomous. It occurs in Louisiana and Texas, although there hasn't been one detected in Texas in probably more than 10 years. It's likely extirpated from that part of its range. And as you can see, the U.S. fish range map for the species is the light green. You can see it's supposed to occur into Texas, but it does occur into several places in Louisiana. State and global rank is imperiled. It's likely to increase with the new WAP revision for us. Species of greatest conservation need, as Michael already talked about, so it's obviously on our radar. And in 2018, it became federally threatened, and it just went through a 5-year status review, and it's remained threatened and will receive another designation in, I think, 2028 or something like that. So this is a really unique species in that it has a very specific diet. It targets Baird's pocket gopher, and it's funny when you talk to landowners, they always want, oh, I want that snake, and it's like, oh, I'm glad you do, because there aren't many and we need people that want them. But 86% of the biomass of its diet is the Baird's pocket gopher, which is a very large portion of its diet. And that makes sense when you consider how big a pocket gopher is. Pocket gophers can get up to 400 grams, which is large, and they will go into the burrows and utilize that as a refuge from like prescribed fire or just any sort of environmental stressors. And they have this unique way of eating the gopher. They don't constrict like how you would think like boa constrictors would. They use what's called pinioning. And so they go into the burrow system. And then as you can see in this drawing, they'll use their body to kind of just smush the gopher up against the wall. And what makes that great for them is a lot of snakes can't do that to a gopher in a burrow. I don't know how many of y'all have seen a gopher. They're not pleasant. They're quite mean and very agitatable. And a lot of times when you get the pine snakes, they're all scarred up where they've been bit by gophers. And so where there are gophers and the soil types are right, you could have pine snakes that are able to take advantage of that resource that other animals aren't able to. As far as the reproduction goes, as I said, they eat gophers. So much of their life history is tied into getting to eat gophers sooner. This snake is all about gophers. And so they have the largest eggs and largest hatchlings. Hatchlings are about 2 feet in length when they hatch. And again, that's all just so they can get big enough to eat gophers as soon as possible. And so like there's just normal racer's eggs versus a pine snake egg, and you could fit almost like 6 of these in that egg. Let's see if I can get this video to play. And so pine snakes do this really unique thing that it's supposed to be an intimidation display. They're non-venomous. In fact, most of the time when you grab one, they just give up. But it's always startling when you walk up on one in a trap and they start doing that. It doesn't matter how used to it you are. It's a little intimidating. And so that's a really great tool that they'll use to kind of scare away a coyote or a raccoon or some other natural predator. As I said earlier about the habitat, it's all about gophers in sandy, well-drained soils. And we think that that's largely a result of if you go into a gopher mound and you eat the gopher is no longer maintaining the mound. And if it's in loose, sandy soil, when that mound invariably will collapse because nobody's maintaining it, you have to be able to get free of it. And so if you have a pointed nose like a pine snake does, you can push through out of the sand. But if you're in an area that's muddy or has a little bit more compacted soil, and to be clear, gophers are not limited to these same habitats, you aren't going to be able to get out of that burrow. You become entombed. And so we think a lot of this is built around the need for sandy soils is built around them being entombed and able to escape. And so where do you get this kind of habitat? It's usually in these open pine forests on the bluffs. And, you know, that was typical of longleaf. And so you can expect a lot of fire. And if you're a snake species that lives underground majority of life. Fire probably doesn't bother you that much, and it limits other competing species of snakes. Now, we're really fortunate in that we've gotten some research done with radiotelemetry where we've had modeling done to determine where the best habitat is for this species, or at least the best soils for the species. And so light green, so you can see a lot of light green, is pretty good for the snake. Obviously, really dark green, which you can see around here about Fort Johnson, over here about Peace and Ridge, and up here in Bienville Parish, dark green's very good for the species. And this helps guide conservation effort for the species so that we know where to allocate money to best benefit it. And as I said, again, it's a listed species and it faces a myriad of threats. The biggest one, though, is fire suppression and habitat modification. If you have habitat that isn't going to support a lush herbaceous layer, which is what the gophers need, you're not going to have pine snakes. And so that is, without a doubt, the greatest threat to the species. It does face a few others. There's erosion control blankets, which have been shown to kill other snake species, road mortality, that is a Louisiana pine snake. And, you know, obviously there's a pet trade and people like selling snakes and stuff like that, but we don't know how much of a real problem that is. The habitat alteration is the one that we are actively trying to address. And so for this species, a lot of our efforts been tied around how to detect it. It's a very cryptic species. It spends the majority of its life underground. And how do you find that animal? Because you can't just go out with a radar or a metal detector and find them. And so we've been using box trapping arrays for the longest period of time. That's started in 2007, and we've amassed about 53,000 trap nights doing this work. And a trap night is one night that trap is actively trying to catch pine snakes. So 53,000 is a lot of nights. And all this effort has been occurring on private lands in Bienville Parish. We work with a lot of really good landowners that manage their land for open pine. We have conservation management agreements with them to help assure that they continue to do those kinds of things. And so a lot of beneficial things going for the pine snakes in those areas. Trapping is typically from April to September. Obviously, you're not going to trap in winter when the snake is going to be active, but you know, we sometimes do shut them down in the middle of July. Like, we're not actively trapping right now because it's the dog days of summer, nothing's moving, and I don't want to go out there. It's too hot. Traps are, you know, these central box traps, and they have these 50-foot wings, fences. And so you're a snake, you hit this fence and you go, and it's a lot like a crawfish trap. It funnels them into the box, and then I come and yippee, I got a snake, and get to see that cool experience. Roughly 1,100 to 4,300 trap nights a year. It depends on how much money we have that year and how much manpower we can allocate towards doing this kind of work, because it is very manpower intensive. And so since 2007, these are the number of detections we've gotten of all snakes. And so bold colors for like coach whip, scarlet snake, eastern hognose, timber rattlesnake, and pygmy. Those are all SGCN species. So species that we're putting in our database, you know, to guide conservation efforts and inform other research projects. So that's awesome. And then, of course, we got pine snakes. We have 63 detections, which after seeing the whooping crane one, I'm a little jealous. We have much lower numbers. But again, it's a very difficult species to detect. And of course, a lot of variation in trap nights, we need a way to be able to compare across years. And so we use what's called catch per unit effort. And that's just basically a representation of how much effort, how many snakes are detected per trap night is the best way of putting that. And so higher number is better. And so 63 detections, 37 of those are unique individuals, because obviously we can recapture individuals in box trap arrays. And 17 of those have been female, 20 male, so a pretty even split. And then 26 of those have been recaptures. And if you want a simpler way of looking at how CPU is, it takes 846 trap nights to get a detection. So those traps have to be open 846 nights. So you could have 2 traps open for 400 days, or, you know, keep adding traps onto the landscape to make it to where you get multiple detections in a year. And so if you look at the overall trend of the data using box trap arrays, you see, sadly, a downward trend. But again, it's a very difficult species to detect. And so it begs the question, are there better techniques out there to monitor this species? Now, that's not to knock box trapping arrays. Obviously, it's really great when you do get one, the snake's in hand, and that's obviously really beneficial in a lot of other ways. But if you're trying to monitor a population, you want to maximize the number of detections as close to reality as possible. And so we basically copied, because I don't want to reinvent the wheel here, a camera trap array design that was pioneered by Andrew Gross, Sam McCoy, and Martin et al. In 2017 that has been used really to great success to monitor northern pine snakes. Oh, wow, I'm going quick on time. So the design's very much like the box trap arrays. You have cameras at each end instead of it being in the center, and then there's a fence. Snake hits the fence, and it gets directed in these two cameras, and they're passive IR. Snake moves under it, takes photo, boom, yeah, you get the animal. And of course, we've glued on some lenses because they're game cameras and they're obviously meant to take photos 30 feet away. You glue a reading glass lens on it, it'll make the picture focus as opposed to being blurry. And so there's just more design, plexiglass with the camera mounted in there. There's a finished array. And then so obviously we leave these cameras out. We've taken 500,000 photos since 2020. That's when we started the project. It really was the very end of 2020. Now, it's important to realize that detections don't equal number of snakes. With box trap arrays, you can mark individuals and you know if that's a recapture or not. You aren't guaranteed that with this, especially if it's other species of snake which look really similar across individuals. You don't get that luxury. So another funky thing with camera trap arrays is they have two cameras at either end. And so do you say each array has one trap night, or does it have two trap nights? And so we've been just calling them functional days to simplify it for us, but you'll see how this impacts how we calculate CPUE later. And you can see that, functional days varied. Traps were more often functional than they were down. Down being anytime, SD card's full, batteries are dead, some animal knocked over the camera, any number of things. So as you can see, a lot of the same animals as earlier. But remember, this is over the course of 3 years. The other one was over the course of since 2007. And we have really high numbers of detections, CPUE for Louisiana pine snake. Again, we'll get to that 0.0015, which is higher, but again, we'll get to that. But a lot of the same animals, some new ones, flat-headed snake, which we don't get in the box trap array. So this technique detects a lot of the same species, but some new species as well that we don't get in the box trap arrays. And so we had 46 total detections, 18 confirmed unique individuals, because you can look at the head markings and say, like, I know that snake, I recognize them. And you can kind of look at the patterns on the back and things like that to help identify individuals. 31 of those have been recaptures, some of those from box trap arrays, and then 5 unknown because, the snakes don't cooperate. I get like a side shot of its face and it's like, I have no idea who you are. I can't do anything with that. But we still record all that data. And so back to what I was saying about catch per unit effort, if you calculate 2 trap nights, represents, a trap night, that's 0.0015, still higher. But if you look at it from a single array as a trap night, it's doubles it because it's basically double the amount of effort. Another thing to consider is with the box trap arrays, we close them down in the winter because they obviously aren't going to catch snakes. And I don't want a snake to go in there when it's warm and then freeze to death. The camera trap arrays, they don't actually catch them. You just take a photo. I can leave them open year round. And so there's photos that are being taken and it's functional during periods when there would be no snakes moving. And so you have to take that into account. So these numbers are likely deflated from what they actually should represent. Another cool thing is you get time of day when the animal's moving because it puts a timestamp on there. And so, as expected, it's a diurnal snake. It's going to be moving around during the daytime, but usually afternoon. You get this nice month. So of course, they're not active in the winter. Of course, the cameras are. And so to comparison of the techniques, the CPUE, if you calculate as though it's array, it's more than 3 times is good, almost 3 times as good as the box trap arrays that detecting the individuals. 46 pine snakes in 3 years versus 63 in 15 years. Way better technique. There's less manpower up front. You obviously have to go and install them. And then there's that back manpower where you're like looking through photos and Thank goodness I had a student worker to go through a bunch of them. She's in the audience because it's hundreds of thousands of photos and it's miserable to look at them all day. Cameras are great because they don't put stress on the animal. And, you know, obviously you can have them active year round, but the box traps, of course, we have this large historical data set to play from. You get genetic material. We have a reintroduction program. If you catch a male, you can always use the genetic material from that male to be used in part of the sire program. And then of course you get measurements and you know if it's a recapture or not. And so acknowledge all these crazy people that came out in the field and burned up and dug into the dirt and were just miserable probably the entire time. Of course, U.S. Fish and the private landowners for letting us do all that work. With that, I'll take any questions. So we do ours once a week. If you go to U.S. Forest Service, they do theirs twice a week. I think Fort Johnson does theirs twice a week as well. We would do ours more often, but driving from Lafayette to Bienville Parish is a bit of a haul multiple times a week. Well, for the cameras, we only check those once a month. We've put cameras in the boxes. It's funny because the snakes can get in, they can get out of the boxes too. We've had snakes escape the boxes. So I don't know that it'd be a great, I get what you're saying. We could use that to determine when to go up there, but I've got 20 box traps up there. If I get one snake, I'm going to have to go up there because they're going to catch other snakes too. So it doesn't really address the problem in the way that I need it to. Any more? I have this really cool Ryobi hot glue gun that's portable. I mean, the reading glass, it's just hot glue, so it doesn't get hot enough to melt the plastic lens. Yeah, it's fine. It works. I mean, of course, every now and again it gets cold and it pops off, and then I get a bunch of blurry photos. But other than that, it's really good. Any more? All right.
How do you want to do the videos, the separate videos you sent?
Oh, that's gonna be over there. Don't worry
Okay.
about that. And that mouse is hooked up.
Yeah, so if you have a video embedded, just click on the swing right here. Yeah. All right, one more presentation before we take a 10-minute break. We got John Weeb here with the LA Coastwide Avian Restoration, Monitoring, and Adaptive Management.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is John Weeb, again with the Department Restoration Program. We focus on several things. A lot of it is tied to the BP oil spill and associated restoration. We also do statewide oil spill response and NRDA associated with those activities, and a lot of that does overlap for this particular topic. But for today, we're just going to show you guys some of the advances that we've made since the BP oil spill. So, you know, got to start off with some of the the dark moves right there. So we had large scale pervasive injury associated with the spill, and certainly commensurate restoration for that is going to be challenging. And we were met with a seemingly, small question as far as words are, but it had, far-reaching aspirations. Is where to begin? So we decided to begin with the end in mind and be intentional. We wanted to be able to plan what our future was going to look like. And so how do we do that? We go through with our goals and objectives. And that was to provide specific information to folks like engineers that are doing coastal restoration like CPRA and what have you. There's a number of folks in this audience that have had back and forth with coastal engineers. It's a challenging process. We wanted to be able to generate real world guidance on how we were going to influence all these steps that go into these restoration processes. And then finally, we wanted to have comprehensive, rigorous, and repeatable methods as far as monitoring activities. And that was specifically for these individual projects as well as things for all of coastal Louisiana and the northern Gulf of Mexico. So these goals and objectives are fueled by critical elements, and one of them is understanding your history. You have to understand where you've been before you can forecast where you want to go. There was a great deal of work that's been done. Michael was tied a lot to it, Mike Carlos, Tom Hess, and various others as far as a lot of the helicopter work for these colonies and what have you. So at that point, we have an understanding of what our base is and how are we going to advance. We need to clearly distinguish between wants and needs. This was a very challenging thing because when you have that many biologists in a room, there's definitely a lot of wants that are associated with those activities. But it's really tied to what information do we need to have towards getting to those endpoints that we wanted to accomplish. And then from that, we present a clear and concise roadmap. This is something that is usually overlooked by many folks, but storytelling is really important because that's the way that you get your messaging out. If everything stays with you, then no one really knows what the heck is going on with your project, your restoration, what have you. And there needs to be consistent messaging associated with that activity. Folks need to understand from the student all the way up to the adult what type of aspirations you have, what are the increments that you're going to be using for that to accomplish your goals and objectives. And in doing so, then you have the ability to go beyond this idea of issues being discussed. I think we've all in this room have been in meetings where we scratched our head and said, didn't we talk about this 5 years ago? And we're more interested in addressing issues versus discussing them. This goes to an idea of how big the scope is for a lot of the collaboration that we have in our program. The two areas to the left is tied to the trustee implementation groups that we work with, one in Louisiana, one for the region-wide. The region-wide is all of the Gulf states combined with federal entities. But we also have a number of collaborators, some of which are in the audience, which we absolutely appreciate all the hard work that they do in collaboration with our program. So moving forward, as far as our goals and objectives, we have checks and balances on how we go about things. Number one, we go through and we clearly identify what that goal is. The next thing we do is invest. And this is usually where things go terribly, terribly wrong as far as this is concerned, because all of a sudden another shiny object presents itself and we move on from that point. We want to come back. We have distinct goals and objectives and we want to facilitate our ability to go through and get this to be accomplished. And being accomplished is by saying that it's addressed. And I'm going to provide a couple examples as far as how we've used this particular strategy. So one was identifying a historic challenge, and that was ineffective communication. Boy, I'm sure I'm the only one that's had ineffective communication in my workplace at this point. But for this one in specific, we're talking about wildlife biologists, avian biologists in particular, and coastal engineers. So when we talk to the avian biologist, most everything is qualitative. They will say things like, I know good habitat when I see it, which that infuriates a coastal engineer at that point because they want to know how high, how wide, and for how long they want this particular project to go. And so because of that, we've ended up finding ourselves in a pretty significant issue going into Deepwater Horizon. Here we are, we have to go through and restore for all of these things, but we can't communicate with the people that are going to facilitate these activities. And so we had to invest, and that was in stakeholder engagement, which is not a spectator sport. It requires a lot of one-on-one time with all of these people and getting an understanding of how can we communicate in an effective way. A lot of these folks had walked this road before, shall we say, and there was some great animosity towards either the wildlife biologist or the engineer at that point. So we had to, have them put their pitchforks down and say, look, we're trying to accomplish something here that's going to be beneficial for everyone. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's leave our preconceived notions at the door and ask for targeted and critical input. And that ultimately got us to what we term the avian guidance document. So what is it? Well, essentially what it is, in its most basic form, is a translation of avian ecology into coastal engineering. And it's providing examples to engineers in a way using their language, which all of this is tied in with the coastal master plan as far as all the language that is utilized in this. Because remember, the main person that we want to talk to here is CPRA, because they're the ones facilitating all this restoration. So we want them to understand when we say we want preferential avian nesting habitat characteristics. Well, what is that? We have tables that they can go through where it provides that translation. We want to inform all of the phases that goes into all of these aspects, from project identification to engineering design, construction, O&M, and of course, monitoring. We want them to have an idea as far as individual project monitoring, as well as our ability to monitor projects along the Louisiana coast and the northern Gulf of Mexico. Because at the end of the day, with the Deepwater Horizon experience, it's our job to come back and tell the general public how we spent their money, and they need to have a solid understanding of how this was spent towards the restoration of their impacted resources. And I've got a QR over there if you guys are interested in getting that. So moving into restoration, and this is just to calibrate your eye, we're going from east to west. We have the Chandelures, which is an engineering design right now, North Breton. I saw Barrett here today, which has been completed. We've got Queen Bess in Barataria. We've got Terrebonne HNC, which is going to go to construction September of this year. We have Raccoon Island, part of the Ildeniers refuge system. That's an engineering design. Oop, and I pressed the wrong button. And Rabbit Island over in Calcasieu. And I'm going to give you some examples of some of the work that's been ongoing right here. So just a quick before and after shot right there. So Queen Bess was the poster child for, unfortunately, for the Deepwater Horizon experience. That island was oiled completely and multiple times over during the reproductive event. And Michael spent a great deal of time taking a look at that when that was going on right there. One thing I want to point out is the southern end of the island right there, that big lagoon. When you translate that to what you see below, where we have 36 acres, that's now the highest part of the island and was customized for ground nesting birds, which had long not really shown up in any real numbers associated with that, because when you walked around Queen Bess, you basically had to sort of dance around because there was not really that much area to be walking on at that point. We also installed breakwaters on the southern end for a calming spot for young birds to get into and what have you. And we've gotten certain advantages that have come out of that as well. Like there's a beach feature that's already showing up there on the southern end as well. But we also are doing adaptive management, trying to extend the benefits that we have with this. So again, the southern end right here, following Hurricane Ida, which you can see a lot of habitat that has been disturbed by that. We ended up getting a lot of grass that was growing on that same area that we wanted to be bare. So we focused in on working with contractors like RES, thank you, as well as our collaborators over in White Lake that came out and helped us with prescribed burning. And I want to extend thanks for that. Very much appreciate them. So in doing that,
That's what you do. That's looking south, and all of that white are Famous Springs and Raritan.
super excited. And then we've got Rabbit Island. So Rabbit Island completed in 2021, 88 acres. Most of the island was +1, and 50% of the nests were getting over top based on the fact we've got a shallow lake, so it has a lot of fetch, as well as the Calcasieu Ship Channel, which that's only going to be getting worse based on deepening in that area. So that area got pumped up to about 3 to 3.5 in certain areas at that point, and we're starting to get species that are occupying that island seasonally that we haven't seen in a long time. So we're super excited about that. But one thing that we did see is an unfortunate thing that was popping up, and that is erosion on the eastern side of the island. Before we had started work on that, there was a breach on the eastern side of the island that was digging into it. And we thought that certain things had taken into consideration with design that we weren't going to have that problem. But that's what we got for assuming. Those same forces came back. And so it was time for us to figure out collaboration and opportunity, of which we have that with TNC, with CPRA, with Cheniere Energy, and also the Wildlife and Fisheries Foundation towards facilitating this breakwater system that we have, or gabion baskets, I should say. It's 810 baskets, each one of them weighing 3,000 pounds that got leveraged in that particular area. And folks, the immediate impact of this is incredibly noticeable. We're already having land accreting behind those gabion baskets. We're seeing increased vegetation, and we're seeing birds utilizing a lot of different habitats right there. So a very good thing. Beyond that, and my final, is the identification of comprehensive and rigorous and repeatable monitoring methods. And so this is tied for the individual as well as the Gulf-wide evaluation. For the Deepwater Horizon experience, the work that I'm going to be showing you is really going to be utilized as one of the principal ways that colonial waterbird benefits are going to be characterized. But this is also utilized for documenting how birds are utilizing the habitat, informing project design and construction, adaptive management strategies. But most importantly, and I hope you see this when it comes up, is our ability to tell the story of how Deepwater Horizon has been carried out and the associated benefits thereof. So this was our investment, and it came through the Deepwater Horizon experience. Each one of those shapes is either a sandwich tern or a royal tern at that point. The resolution on this is 1 centimeter square, and these are surveys that we do through aerial photography that has encompassed the entire coast. To date, we now have from 2010 to current day that you guys can go on to avionmonitoring.com and see all of this information that can be summarized quite quickly based on this type of apparatus right here. You can go by year, state, georegion, colony, what have you. You'll get a rough mapping of a graphing of whatever you're looking for as far as nests for particular species or groups. You'll identify the island here as well as in this area. You'll get 50 of the most representative pictures for that particular aspect. All of this is free to download. There is no cost associated with that activity. And again, another QR, which we have over there as well. This is just to highlight the fact that we've gotten additional money through the Louisiana TIG. It's tied towards several things. One is the continuation of coastwide surveys 24, 26, and 28, which was just completed in June, but it also supports a host of other things like the establishment of baseline evaluations and adaptive management strategies that are going to be used again towards telling that Deepwater Horizon story. So here's the past, seemingly, where we started at this point, and that's the future. The future is that we're not looking at just one section of the island. We're looking at the entire mosaic island right there, and every one of those dots is geo-referenced. Those dots are individual bird nests. They've been identified to species. So from this, we can come through and we can have an understanding of how these islands are changing and how the birds are adapting or not associated with those activities. We can also use that to highlight that we're going to be doing certain adaptive management and can go through and document the associated performance of doing something like a prescribed burn or comparable things. Whoop. So in conclusion, again, going back to where we started, the end in mind. The end in mind for us was an understanding of what we needed. And a lot of that came from going through Deepwater Horizon and understanding much of the information that we did not have and our lack of ability to coordinate with certain agencies towards restoring these species. So for where we sit right now, we're really in fantastic shape with the avian guidance document and a lot of this monitoring, as well as some new monitoring that's going to be coming out soon out of Sammy King's shop involving secretive marsh birds, a 3-year project that we've had for about 5 different basins in coastal Louisiana. So again, before I go, I'm harping on this is knowing your history, because I think you cannot advance beyond that without knowing where you've been. You need to certainly differentiate between needs and wants, and clear messaging is super important as far as that's concerned. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you have. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with our final session. Just so everyone knows, the third talk on here by Justin Ebarb. Justin couldn't be here today, so that talk will not occur. So we'll have 4 talks, not 5. We'll begin with Eric Lang with our fisheries division. He'll cover reproductive data that contributes to stock assessment.
All right, so as was stated, I'm going to cover some reproductive information that contributes to stock assessment. I negated to realize that I was not giving a presentation to only fisheries professionals. So this is fisheries stock assessment, not, yeah. So, sorry, wildlife people. All right, so moving on, I'm just going to give an overview, kind of a flow chart of stock assessment and all the data sources that we use to contribute to estimating the status of the stock. First is the life history, which is what we'll focus on today, but I'll talk about that more later. Second, we use fisheries independent sampling. So our standardized sampling that our biologists conduct in the coastal study areas across our coast on a consistent basis, also in our districts in the inland environment. And then also we have recreational fishery information and commercial fishery information that we'll pull from, with LaCreel giving us the recreational fishing landings, and then the trip tickets program giving us a census of the commercial fishing landings. All that's going to feed into a number of statistics that are all accumulated together to give us a final result in the stock assessment. Is this fishery undergoing overfishing? Is it overfished? Or is it sustainable? Yay. So we're, like I said, going to focus today on life history. And to do that, we're going to go through a little animation that I cropped up. So here's a adult spotted sea trout population. Let's just say, you know, it's spawning season. This adult spotted sea trout group decides that they're going to spawn. All right, those eggs are then going to turn into baby sea trout, which then grow to replenish and replace the mortality in the adult population, right? This is the process of life history for spotted sea trout. This is an R-selected species, which means they're going to produce a whole lot of eggs, low parental investment, early maturity, all of that good stuff. But there's going to be incredibly high mortality initially that'll start an exponential decline that will then level off with age to be a little bit more of a consistent natural mortality. So a little bit different than some of the wildlife species and terrestrial species that we were talking about today earlier that have a little bit more high parental investment, not delayed mortality, delayed maturity, that type of thing. All right. So what we're really interested, or what we're going to talk about today, is the actual egg production, right? So fecundity, and how that contributes to stock assessment. So our objectives through a number of studies that we've conducted, specifically at the Fisheries Research Lab in Grand Isle, Louisiana, is estimating age and length at maturity, estimating eggs produced, so total egg production within age and length, and then using that data to bolster our stock assessment. And we're going to collect these samples, morphometrics and samples, to estimate these metrics from our fisheries, so commercial and recreational fisheries, as well as our fisheries independent surveys. So you can see on the bottom right, that's actually an otolith or an ear bone being removed from a black drum. We'll use that to age the fish. I'll talk about that more in a minute. And then the bottom left-hand picture is a large female ovary from a black drum as well. All right, so talked about the workup. So in the upper right-hand corner, that's actually an otolith section transversely through the middle of the ear bone. And you can see the origin right there in the center. And as you go up the otolith, the transverse section of the otolith anyway, you can see all of those marks. Those are annual marks. So we can just enumerate those marks and then we'll know the age of the fish. Bottom left-hand corner is an histology slide of what you see on the right, which is ovaries. So you can see the larger oocytes or the vitellogenin oocytes that have the yolk inside of them, and then a number of oocytes that are earlier in the generation phase. But we can tell from slides like this how often they're going to spawn during the spawning season. That's a thing I neglected to inform you of before, is that something like spotted sea trout are going to spawn multiple times. So you not only have the fecundity from one batch, the number of eggs from one batch, but they're also going to spawn multiple times within that spawning season. So we've got to figure out how many eggs they produce in one batch, how often they spawn, so we can get a total annual fecundity of one fish, and then figure out how many fish there are, so we can multiply that times the number of fish to get the total egg production from the population. So even one batch is difficult to enumerate. It takes a lot of time, a lot of sitting under the scope, counting eggs can lead to some serious eye problems. So a lot of light being shot into the eyeballs doesn't equal good eye health. We have actually used a document scanner that has a transmitted light option with it's a document scanner, but it also scanned like film negatives. And it actually works really well. It can scan up to 6,400 DPI, which is incredible. We only use about 4,800. We only need that. And it's incredible. I should have showed a zoomed out picture. It looks like stars in the sky, but once you zoom in, you see pretty good resolution of the eggs from an ovary. And we can use this image to then use a macro, some coding in an image processing software called ImageJ that's actually freeware. And you can automatically count and classify and measure all of the oocytes in the sample, just like that. So it's, technology has allowed us to significantly decrease the amount of time that's needed to count a fecundity sample. So that's pretty cool. So we use this information, both the age and then also the egg production, as well as the morphometrics that you saw in the previous slide, the length and weight, to estimate things like growth in the lower left-hand corner. So how fast are they growing in length over time? And then also with weight, how much eggs they're producing per pound of body weight. But then also you have length in there with weight, which is extremely, I don't have it up here in a graph, but an extremely tight correlation in fish. So the growth and the fecundity are easily correlated as well. So all of this information can be put into the stock assessment and really gives us the x-axis in this correlation here, this regression here. So this is a Beverton-Holt stock recruitment curve, which is commonly used in stock assessments, not only across the Gulf of Mexico, but across the world. And the total egg production on the x-axis is really what we're aiming for. We use it as a predictor of recruitment. Recruitment is nothing but when I was going through that slide of those little babies that eventually become the big adult spawning stock, those little babies is what the recruitment is. All right, so those are the pre-contribution to the maturity, the mature stock. And so we're going to use the total egg production from the year previous to estimate the recruitment of the current year. And so all of the dots are the raw data points, and then the line is the mean curve. Those little dots directly on the line is in the stock assessment, we'll have years of harvest where we can document harvest, but in those early years, we don't necessarily have a whole lot of length composition and age composition. That really started in the 80s for length composition and in the early 2000s for age composition. So we have some years early in the stock assessment that don't really have that information. They're going to fall directly more on the mean trend line. But it's important to document the harvest early on to establish a baseline for the current status. So with that information given, what does that give us as far as a trend of adult spawning mass through time? So I forgot to mention this before, but there's a alternative to looking at fecundity. And that is, if you don't have enough information on fecundity, sometimes you're not able to catch as many fish as you need to catch in that mature, ready to spawn condition in order to count fecundity. So you might have to use a proxy for fecundity, which is biomass, right? And a lot of stock assessments for fisheries, they actually use spawning stock biomass instead of actually directly using fecundity. They're using biomass as a proxy for fecundity. And it's pretty close. You can see this is a sheep's head graph across time of the relative spawning metric. So a ratio of what your current condition is in the given year as over a unfished population or a virgin population, right? So 100% would basically be no fishing. So you can see the fluctuations over time, but the pink is an actual fecundity input, and then the blue is the biomass input. So it's a little bit different. In some cases, they almost match up. On the right hand of that, the second descending pattern, they're very close. But then in other places, they're a little bit far from each other. So it's all relative. It just depends on the condition of the stock, maybe the age or length structure of the stock, to depend on whether biomass is going to accurately represent what's happening in the population. Also, if you notice with sheep's head in the previous slide, I'll just go back real quick. You can see that there is an exponential rise in fecundity with body weight. That's not always the case. In some fish, it might be directly proportional to body weight. In that case, body weight is a good predictor of spawning biomass, a spawning contribution. All right, so where are we in getting fecundity to directly input into the stock assessments as opposed to biomass? Sheep's head, we're already using annual fecundity in a sensitivity run. It's not in the base run, but it's in a sensitivity run, and we're very close to be able to use it. We need some more information on small individuals, and that's kind of the problem with fecundity, is that you need to catch a range of sizes and ages in order to get the full picture, in order to fully inform the stock assessment and an appropriate level of information with fecundity. Black drum, we have reproduction samples from large females and fecundity samples from large females, but we don't have it from smaller females. So we still need that gap in information. Red drum, we actually use fecundity in the stock assessment, but it's from an outside source. We'd love to get our own source of fecundity, but we've had some sampling issues as of late. Spotted sea trout, we do have an annual fecundity estimated in the sensitivity run. However, we're changing up the way we run our stock assessment models, which will be revealed in January 2025. We're using 2 different models now. So we want to do that before we change something else, like using fecundity instead of biomass. And then southern flounder, it's incredibly hard to get annual or any kind of fecundity information from southern flounder because they breed offshore and they're incredibly hard to sample. And it would take a large amount of money with trolling to sample them, which I don't know that there's enough interest to justify that much money being used. But we are able, with our histology and reproductive sampling from the coast, to estimate maturity. That is used in the base stock assessment. And then mullet, we've not yet attempted to sample fecundity from mullet. So I'd just like to acknowledge the Sporefish Restoration Fund, which funds all of our life history efforts with our Grand Isle Fisheries Research Lab. Thank you to the staff there, LDWF Asian Growth Lab, and the Stock Assessment Group, which has helped me out tons. Also, a shout out to the coastal study area biologists. You are the main crux to the information that's put into this, all of these stock assessments. We would not be able to assess species without you. Thank you, and I'll take any questions. Questions? All right.
Right, thank you, Eric. Next up is Eric Shanks to discuss LDWF's target range program.
Maybe.
Once I get this. I have no control of the mouse though. Is it? I just don't see it on here. There it is. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Eric Shanks. I'm the Range Enhancement Coordinator. We're on the downhill slope last session. So today I'm going to talk to you about a new program here at LDWF, our Target Range Grant Program, kind of why we did it, what we're trying to accomplish or how it works, and who we're hoping to benefit from it. So this is just a graph of the total wildlife restoration apportionments that go out to the states from the Wildlife Restoration Fund, which is generated from excise taxes on firearms, ammunition, archery equipment, things of that nature. And you can see, if I can figure out the laser pointer, there we go. So you can see mid-2000 or early 2000s to mid-2000s, relatively flat, stable. And about mid-2000s, with some variations, it has been on an uphill trend since then, culminating in a $1.2 billion total apportionment to the states in 2023 fiscal year. And for the yellow line, if you can't see it, is inflation adjusted dollars. The blue line is the actual dollars that were issued. So this is just to give you an idea of where those apportionments are coming from, kind of what, I mentioned the equipment, but basically it breaks down into thirds. The yellow is handguns, about 1/3. Red is other firearms. Blue is ammunition. And then the green at the top kind of makes up the remainder. So it's roughly 1/3 of each. One thing to note as we go through this, or to keep in mind, is that you see that handguns make up a fairly significant portion of these excise tax dollars, but only about 5% of handguns are purchased for hunting purposes. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. Now, this relatively boring graph is basically the total number of hunters in the United States, roughly the same timeline as I showed you on the apportionments graph. And while there's some ups and downs, you can see it's relatively flat. Good trend here at the end, but certainly when you think about that apportionment graph I just showed you, you don't see that same increase. You don't see that. It doesn't match those apportionments that are being generated from excise taxes. In Hunter Ed, we always talk about sportsmen support their sport. All of the funds you use go into wildlife management and conservation. Well, where are those extra funds coming from, if not from these groups right here? And there's your answer, frankly. So in 2021, the service basically estimated that there are about 3 times as many target shooters as there were hunters in the United States. And that's further evidenced by all firearms. About 3/4 of all firearms are purchased, and this is for 2020, that table's from, but 3/4 of the firearms purchased in 2020 were not purchased for hunting. About more than 2/3 of all the ammunition purchased in 2020 was not purchased for hunting. What now? Some hunters, of course, target shooters as well, but the large majority, basically 3/4 of the funds going into the Wildlife Restoration Fund, were not coming from items that were purchased for hunting. Because remember, it doesn't matter why they're buying the firearm or the ammunition or the bow, whether it's for target shooting or for hunting, it's still going into our wildlife restoration funds. National Shooting Sports Foundation has a little bit different data, but still the same trend. 34 million recreational shooters in 2009, up to 63.5 million in 2022. So that dovetails almost exactly with the WR apportionment graph that I showed you there at the beginning. And so again, these recreational shooters that are buying this ammunition and equipment, that is what is contributing the majority of funds to the wildlife restoration funds that we use for our conservation efforts. Note that it's adult participants. They didn't even look at like youth shooting sports. They're just looking at adults for their data. That's also being driven in large part by new firearms owners. From 2020 to 2022, there are 18 million people that bought their first gun. And previous data shows that less than 10% of those first-time firearm purchasers are buying that gun for hunting. So again, people are buying these things that are going into the wildlife restoration. The excise taxes are being paid on that, but they're not using those firearms or reaping the benefits from the conservation necessarily that happens with the funds. Which brings us to the question, why do we care? As long as the money's coming in, why should we even care? Well, it's a major source of funding for not just our agency, but all agencies around the country. Makes up about 1/3 of our Office of Wildlife operating budget. And of course, depending on the program, it may make up much more of that. For example, hunter education, with the exception of leave, is 100% funded from these federal excise tax dollars. So it depends on the program, but it's a significant funding source for our agency, for our wildlife Office of Wildlife. And if you've got the majority of the people paying the excise taxes that are contributing to this fund who are not seeing any direct benefit from it, much less the industry that actually cuts the excise tax checks. Remember that the industry has changed over the years as well. It's no longer the family-owned businesses that are in these firearms businesses. It's business executives who care more about the bottom line than outdoors and being outdoors. And so that can and has actually led to some folks questioning the value of paying these excise taxes into the wildlife restoration system. But it's not all doom and gloom. CFWA recently surveyed non-hunting gun owners and sport shooters, and they found that 86% of them moderately to strongly supported their excise tax dollars or their tax dollars going to wildlife restoration and the conservation work that we do in wildlife. But that was after they were informed about the program, because most of them had no idea that it even existed. And in fact, only 17% were aware that those excise taxes were paid and went to our state agencies. So that's an area we've got a lot of work to do and try to improve that the knowledge that their taxes are going to things that they care about. So what I'm getting at is that who's funding our wildlife restoration funds that depending on what you do for wildlife and fisheries may fund a significant portion of your day-to-day activities. Who funds that has changed. It's no longer our traditional hunter user group that historically we always thought of as providing all of these funds. It's the folks on the right, the recreational shooters. And we need to recognize that the needs of this group are not the needs of this group. And how can we meet these needs? How can we provide a value to those users? And I will make the point that doesn't mean that we should ignore this group. They're a core constituency. There's no shortage of companies that have alienated their customer base in the past couple of years and paid a price for it. So we don't want to ignore these users, but we need to acknowledge there's other users that are helping to fund us, And what do we do to provide value and meet their needs? Well, we cannot do anything about the cost of equipment, unfortunately. I got Brian McClinton working on it, but he hadn't come back to me with anything yet. So we can address the other issues. We can provide additional access and opportunities to practice your shooting sports, or even if, you know, and let me just clarify, like the NSSF data, they define a recreational shooter as anybody that pulls a trigger. So it's not necessarily somebody that's actually in shooting sports. It can be a first-time gun buyer that's at a range, practicing with their handgun they just bought. So that's where those numbers come from. But the bottom line is, it doesn't matter whether you are a hardcore play target shooter or somebody who just bought their first handgun for self-defense. You need a place to practice, and that's something that we can address. And when we do that, when we build the range capacity, we're offering additional services and opportunities that increase our relevancy, not just to those new users that I'm discussing, but also our traditional user base. They also need places to go shoot to meet their shooting needs. So basically, you know, how can we meet the needs of those non-hunting shooters and provide a direct value to them rather than, and a tangible benefit rather than just a good feeling knowing that they're helping do good work. That's why we built the Target Range Grant program. So basically, we're trying to take advantage of those higher apportionments, use a portion of those funds on one-time construction projects by subawarding those funds to local sponsors to design and build new shooting range facilities. And then after it's designed and built, they then operate and maintain it for the benefit of the public. It's a one-time grant, 90% federal funds, the remaining 10% is paid for by the sponsor. And it is open to either public sponsors such as a local parish government or sheriff's office, as well as private sponsors, which would be like a commercial shooting range. And when we're, excuse me, should have brought a water bottle up. So when we're successful at going from paper to an actual completed range, we're providing that critical infrastructure that all of our shooters need, no matter, you know, what level of background they've got, to conduct the shooting activities that are helping to fund all of our programs. And when we do this, and we end up with hopefully more users on the range, thank you. Hopefully more users on the range. Okay. So if we end up with more users, every bullet they send down range goes right back into our apportionments to fund our conservation efforts. And again, this happens under this program when we're successful without any ongoing cost to LDWF for operations and maintenance. So I'm going to bring this on home. You know, who benefits from our program? Well, let's look at our old cycle of success. You know, wildlife and sport fish restoration program graph there. And after having gone through some of these slides, did anybody besides me notice a group missing in the old graph? I just told you how they're the ones providing most of the funding. They weren't even in the graph originally. I think I've seen some newer ones. I saw it after the presentation was submitted that they have updated it some, but we're going to go ahead and add them in there. And so by adding them in there, then again, they're the ones paying the excise taxes. We're going to use our program to build shooting ranges for them as well as our traditional group. And then they reap the benefits of that. They're paying into the system and they're receiving direct benefits by having more places to go and shoot, just like we've always tried to do with our traditional users. Of they're paying the taxes, and so they reap the benefits of all the management that we do. And that benefits, again, not just those new shooters, but it also benefits our existing customers. Frankly, as opposed to many of our social media posts, when they posted about this program, I was surprised to see only 2 negative comments that were quickly addressed by the other commenters. So I was kind of surprised at that. So the response has been very positive. The industry that writes the checks, and I may have said this already, but from my understanding, that's the single largest check that those industry folks write every quarter is the excise taxes that go into the Wildlife Restoration Fund. the industry benefits and they see the benefit directly because we're benefiting their users by building these ranges. They've got more users, buying more guns, spending more ammo. It benefits their bottom line. They're happy as well. And for the record, the Fish and Wildlife Service has also been, through their Partner with a Payer program, reaching out to industry and showing them the conservation work that we do with these funds. And they're on board with that as well. But it always helps to improve somebody's bottom dollar to keep them happy. This is more for, kind of like Eric said earlier, this is more for my wildlife guys in the room, but you benefit if this program is successful. If we keep shooters out there on the range shooting and we keep those apportionments high, Jeff has the funds to work on his WMAs. Hunter Education has the funds to do more outreach and education. So basically, if we can keep those apportionments rolling in, we've got the funding that you need in order to do the conservation and the habitat and the wildlife management work that you do. And when you do that, our Louisiana wildlife benefit, by managing our wildlife and habitats, we're benefiting the Louisiana wildlife, and ultimately by having the wild things and the wild places out there, we benefit our entire Louisiana public, whether or not they're one of our users and ever go take advantage of it. They're getting the benefit of the wild things and wild places being out on the landscape. And just to prove that I didn't pull those numbers out of thin air, here's my references that I drew most of this stuff from. And I'm going to leave us on, this is our first construction project of the program. This is the Apocalypse Sports Indoor Shooting Range in Ponchatoula. We awarded this construction grant in late 2023, and it's scheduled for completion in the next 4 to 6 weeks. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Yes, sir. It's a mix of indoor and outdoor. We're dependent on what sponsors come to us. And we intentionally kind of kept the program small. Last year was our first year, but last year we had 2 planning and development grants and 1 construction grant. 2 of those were for indoor and 1 was for outdoor. So we're open to any and all. And the way we select the projects, the more shooting opportunities the range provides, the higher it's going to score on our matrix. So obviously a large outdoor range is going to score a little higher there. But then again, just like I was talking about those user groups, we have a large population center with a lot of firearm owners. An indoor range in that area, even if there may already be some ranges in the area, may also provide more benefit to those users. So those are the things that we all try to weigh out as we select these projects. Steve. So we did this year, we did more of a blast. Like I said, we kept it kind of small to do, call it a test run the first year. This year we got the word out a lot better through social media, through me going to conferences and presentations and talking with groups. For example, next week I have to go to the Fraternal Order of Police conference and talk with those folks about how them building a training range that they open to the public, we can utilize these funds. And so anyway, to answer your question, social media, internet, our website, and as well as direct contacts. Go ahead. It's not a percentage. The grants are capped at amounts. So for our planning and development grants, we'll award up to $250,000 on the grant to do all the work that needs to go into a project before you ever break ground. And then our construction grants right now are capped at $1.5 million, which may, depending on the range, I actually had a guy call me and tell me that wasn't anything. And at first I was, just keeping him happy and agreeing with him. And I thought about it a second. And I was like, no, because even if you've got a $3 million project, if we pay for half that, that's significant, So, and there's a lot to it, but really our only requirement is that the range is open to the general public. It can't be membership, can't have a reservation system. They can charge a fee, but it has to be, if you are driving by there and you want to stop and shoot, you go pay your fee and shoot. So that's the main requirement, and that they enter into a long-term operating agreement with us, basically for the useful life of the project. you know, however long the engineers and architects say that the useful life of that facility is. Paul? Talking about this one? Well, so I don't know the specifics of why, but there's a lot of reasons why people choose to buy firearms and ammunition. You remember years ago when there was a shortage and everybody was buying everything they could and the price was high. So it goes through cycles. There's going to be ups and downs. Frankly, I don't think the apportionments can stay that high. They're not going to stay that high. Just like they didn't, you know, you can see they kind of came back down at certain points. And that's part of why we're doing this type of program instead of building our own ranges, is because by relieving ourselves of those long-term costs, we've got the money now to get a range on the ground, but we may not have the money in the future to keep it going. So that's part of the logic behind why we're doing it this way. I don't know particularly why that is going down. A lot of it just depends on if somebody, frankly, if a lot of our fellow gun owners think that the next president's going to, or legislature is going to take their gun rights away, they go buy a bunch of guns and ammo. Some of that factors into this. One more. Yes and no. I would be guessing if I tried to give you a firm answer. I know that, for example, we have several sponsors, one of which applied this year, that they're expanding their gun range because they have so many users, they want to increase their capacity. So that's probably my best answer for you, is that even the ranges that we have already, a lot of them are reaching out to us about this program because they want to enlarge their range and increase their capacity. So they're obviously having enough users come through. It depends a lot on the locality and, you know, as far as how much demand is where. It varies. It was 18 million from 2020 to 2022. And so, and that would kind of be another partial answer to you, is that whether the demand is there or not, the need is there for those people to be able to go shoot. And if we provide the infrastructure they need, hopefully they'll go get the training that they need and practice that they need.
Right. Thank you, Eric. Up next is Jennifer Manuel with the spotted skunk detection method. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Man. All right.
All right. As Steve mentioned, my name is Jennifer Manuel. I am the fur program biologist for the state of Louisiana. I've been in that position for about 13 years now. And I am just so excited that I get to talk about a fur bearer other than nutria, which is what most people request that I come and talk about at meetings. So this is really a different experience for me to get to come and talk about a really cool native species for a change rather than a problematic invasive. So moving on. So up until very recently, we only had two species of spotted skunks in the United States. We had the western species and the eastern species, and the eastern spotted skunk was split into 3 subspecies: the plain spotted skunk, Spolidale interrupta, and the Alleghenian spotted skunk, and the Florida spotted skunk. And recent genetic work has officially kind of split those subspecies into separate species. So, and with Louisiana being thought to occur kind of on the border between the plain spotted skunk, which reaches up into the Midwestern United States, and the Alleghenian spotted skunk, which reaches up into the Appalachian Mountains. And then the Florida spotted skunk is kind of an endemic species that occurs only in Florida. There is pretty sharp evidence to support that mesocarnivores in general across the board are in sharp decline, and spotted skunks are not exempt from that. They're thought to be pretty much declining across their range, and globally even mesocarnivores are thought to be in decline. So in 2012 and again in 2022, the plain spotted skunk was proposed for listing with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under the Endangered Species Act. The most recent decision came out in 2023 with a decision to not list the species. It's pretty controversial amongst fur bearer biologists who all believe that the species should be listed because we've seen these widespread declines. However, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is pretty caught up on this generalist title with the spotted skunk. They do occur in a pretty wide variety of habitats, with the plain spotted skunk occurring in grassland habitat, prairie habitat, in this photo here, which came from Katy, Texas, just outside of Houston, which is adjacent to the Katy prairies. So there's a pretty robust population of spotted skunks there, where they do occasionally get into the suburbs. And then the Alleghenian spotted skunk, which occurs all up through the Appalachian Mountains, on these kind of sloped, rocky habitats, forested habitats. And then the Florida spotted skunk, which occurs in these palmetto marshes. But the one thing that all of these different habitats have in common is a thick overstory or thick cover for these species to exist in. So you'll notice just from the pelt that I brought here today and the picture that they have this really pronounced spotted pattern on their coat, which is really good at warning mammalian predators away from them. But it really helps our avian predators spot them, and they're not so turned off from the smell of the skunk. And so that's turned out to be a big problem with spotted skunk remains being found in owl pellets. So what does this species eat? They are primarily insectivorous, eating beetles and grasshoppers, along with small mammals, small birds, reptiles. They're a little bit opportunistic in that way, that they'll eat kind of whatever they find, but the majority of their diet will be made up from insects. They have fairly small home ranges. The minimum home range for spotted skunks is about 25 hectares, but it'll get up to about 150 hectares, just depending on resources. They are primarily nocturnal, but they'll do occasionally come out during the day. So project need. The last detection of the plain spotted skunk that occurred in Louisiana is thought to be in 1978. So it's been quite a long time since they've been spotted here in Louisiana. We did have something more recent sighting in the Florida parishes and Tangipahoa Parish, which we think is probably the Alleghenian species, and that occurred in 1985. So it's been quite a long time since we've had a definitive sighting of the spotted skunk in this state. Here we go. So you'll see this range map here for the eastern spotted skunk. This is prior to when they were split into 3 separate species. But the plain spotted skunk you'll see kind of reaches all within the Midwestern United States. This is probably the Alleghenian species here, and then of course the Florida species. So here in Louisiana, we have kind of 2 distinct clusters of historical records for the spotted skunk. One occurs down in the Cameron Prairie habitat and the other in the Florida parishes. So for this project, we were going to target the plain spotted skunk since that's the species that was up for listing. And we were going to look in our Cameron Prairie habitat. Our method for detection, and I'll get to that in the next slide. Okay, our objectives. We were going to use 10 camera trap arrays to detect eastern spotted skunks. And this is the same methodology that Chuck talked about in his presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we adapted that methodology to target mammals on a later slide and show you some pictures of what that looked like. But we wanted to also take a look at Cameron prairies and coastal prairies because those prairies are also endangered habitats. They've been reduced over time down to about 1% of their historic historic range. So we wanted to see just kind of general species richness in this type of habitat, and also hopefully detect spotted skunks. So our methodology, so again, this is a similar methodology that Chuck was talking about for the pine snakes, only we use a 7-gallon bucket instead of a 5-gallon bucket. So the same circumference, but it's a little bit taller, which gives us a little bit more of a field of view with the cameras that are mounted on top of the bucket. We also were able to cut a bigger hole in the bucket so we could encompass or help capture a larger animal. And we had 2 sites that we set this project up on, property A and property B. Both of these were located in our southwest part of our state. On property A, we had 6 camera arrays, while on property B, we had 4. Property A was 438 hectares, while property B was just over 850 hectares. So our results. So this project was run from December 2022 to November 2023. We took a total of 430,589 photos. And a lot of that really came from the spring growing season when we had vegetation that was kind of growing up into the buckets and triggering the cameras. And so we had, throughout this project, 6,790 functional days and 284 down days. A lot of those down days were attributed to this animal here that for some reason just really liked messing with the buckets. So both of these properties are managed as range property. They have cattle on property. One site had free roaming cattle on the property. The other, the cows were kind of more penned off away from the buckets. But on the property where we had the free roaming cattle, we have lots of pictures like this of the cows kind of coming and messing with our buckets. So I'm not sure if it was the lure that we were using, which we did put a lure inside of these buckets. We used fish oil and then a lure that was formulated for skunks. So I'm not sure if that was what was attracting the cows or if it was just something kind of unique and different in their habitat that they were interested in. So at Site B, this is kind of interesting about Site B. We only had 4 camera arrays compared to the 6 at Site A. But at Site B, we actually had 73% of our total detections. So for some reason, Site B, we had 42 different species detected, and over 70% of our detections were at Site B. So just, I'm not sure what it was about that property that had higher species richness and just a greater number of animals, but just kind of interesting how that data played out. At Site A, we had 37 different species. And one of the interesting things is at Site B, we detected coyotes, but no rabbits. And at Site A, we detected rabbits, but no coyotes. So kind of interesting. So there were 16 SGCN species that we thought were possible to detect with this project. We detected 8 of them. Unfortunately, the plain spotted skunk was not one of them. We had 0 detections. But we did have some other interesting species that we did detect. So such as northern pygmy mouse, Bayomes taylori, which Louisiana is not known to be part of their range really. So detecting them in Louisiana was kind of an interesting find. So we went through and I kind of mapped or split up the data by month to kind of give us an idea of which months we had the most detections. And this is kind of an interesting find that we see throughout a lot of the graphs I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides. This kind of dip we have in the summer months where we had higher detections of mammals during the winter months, and then it dips down into the summer months. So I've got a picture here of the striped skunk. This is the only mustelid we detected during the course of this project. And given that one of our sites is actually close to coastal marsh habitat, we did not actually detect any mink. Despite using fish oil, despite being close to the marsh, we didn't get any mink in the course of this study. We just had one single photo of a striped skunk. This is a picture of one of the coyotes that visited our site. Kind of interesting. So this is not to be I mean, this is completely to be expected that the mammals will be moving around more in the winter when food sources are a little bit more sparse. It's a little cooler. In the summer, they don't have to move as far to find food sources. So here's a breakdown of detections by month for some of the small mammals, the mouse species. And so we've got a picture here of a deer mouse, Paramiscus, and then this is a fulvous harvest mouse. And you can see kind of this long tail. This is a really key feature for identifying this species. But again, we kind of see this dip in the summer months where we detect fewer animals. And then I wanted to put this picture up here to really kind of show you what we were looking for when we were doing our identification of these photos kind of after the fact. So as you would expect, a lot of the mammals that we got in this project, we caught them at night. They're moving around at night. They're nocturnal. And so we didn't have the advantage of using pelage color to identify these species. So we had to figure out different ways to identify these animals based just on body size and by features that we could capture in the photos. So you'll notice these tags that we have glued on the lid and the bottom of the buckets. So this gave us kind of a known reference size that we could compare the animals to get body size, get tail length from. And so these tags are a little over 2 inches long and about 1 inch wide. And you'll notice that this one here, this is a house mouse, Mus musculus. Pretty standard, tail is about the same length as the body. This one here is Rhythrodinomys humulus, a eastern harvest mouse, which has a little bit longer tail, but it's a little bit shorter than the length of the body. This here is Baomys taylori, the northern pygmy mouse, which has this really distinct, very, very short tail in comparison to its body size. And then here is the fulvous harvest mouse, which has this extraordinarily long tail compared to its body size. So this helped kind of make it a little easier for us to identify these different species. And just some interesting facts about these species, because these are probably not animals that you're very familiar with. Most of these animals are actually insectivorous, with the fulvous harvest mouse, up to 90% of its diet is insects. So just kind of an interesting fact about these animals. So this was another kind of interesting find. So this green bars here, this is the hispid cotton rat, Sigmodon hispidus, which for some reason detections just climbed and climbed and climbed throughout the year and then pretty precipitously dropped off in October. And I was thinking about this after the fact and wondering if maybe this is related to the prolonged drought we had in Louisiana. It could be tied to that, but we're not really sure why this kind of occurred, but just an interesting find. Be interested to hear in anybody's thoughts on why this might be, but right here is your Sigmodon hispidus, hispid cotton rat, and this is a marsh rice rat up at the top. And then I wanted to kind of point out just some photos of some of the other species that we captured in the course of this project. So, because you can't really do a camera project and not show off all of your fun pictures. So right here we have a slender glass lizard. This one here is the eastern meadowlark. And then we have the old prairie diggers, a crawfish that we captured during this project. And then a marsh wren down at the bottom. And then, of course, getting back to my fur bearers and my mammals. So we had lots of fun pictures of raccoons coming to our buckets, lots of little hands reaching into the buckets. So just a really kind of fun capture. Opossums were our most commonly detected fur bearer. They spent lots of time in the buckets when they visited the buckets. So sometimes taking naps there, curling up, spending an hour or more in the bucket. So just a really kind of interesting, we got lots of fun pictures of possums coming to visit the buckets. We have a leash shrew over here. This was one advantage to using the 7-gallon bucket, is because the shrews will typically kind of skirt the outside of the bucket. So when you use a 5-gallon bucket, you might lose some of those. So if you are sampling for shrews, it's kind of nice to have that little bit wider field of view you capture more of those shrews as they're passing through. And then, of course, we have lots of rabbits that we detected at one of the sites. All right, so conclusions. We were hopeful that we were going to find plain spotted skunks during this project, but it wasn't necessarily surprising that we didn't. So Lieberg and Davis, they did a project in 2013 after the first time that the species was proposed for listing, and they used baited track plates baited with sardines, and they had those both in the Cameron Prairie habitat as well as the Florida parishes, and did not detect any spotted skunks during the course of that project. Now, they had supposed that in their project that they had a lot of issues with fire ants moving in and building mounds on the track plates to get up to the sardines, and that became a major problem in their detecting mammals. So once the fire ants moved in, they would no longer detect any mammals. So we were trying to do a different methodology than what they did, and maybe they had some problems with the fire ants that we could get around. I've also, some of you may be familiar with the hunting regulations. We've had an ad in there for several years now, the Have You Seen Me posters. We've put them on social media to try to get more eyes out there looking for spotted skunks. You know, it's one of the reasons I'm doing this presentation is a lot of you are out in the field. This is really important to have more and more eyes out looking for the species, aware that we need to try to find it, see if it's still here in Louisiana. So it's important to have more boots on the ground in looking for them. And sometimes you find them in unexpected places or when you're not actually looking for them. So this photo here is from my colleague in Mississippi, and this was a deer project, and they just by chance happened to get a spotted skunk in the background of the photo. So it was purely by chance. This was in Claiborne County, which if you're familiar with Mississippi, is directly over the Mississippi River from Louisiana. So kind of a surprising find. So is it extirpated? Plain spotted skunk? Probably, but it doesn't mean we have to give up hope. They may still be here in an unexpected place. And where do we go next? I think it's appropriate to continue to keep looking for them and perhaps follow up with some other projects in the Florida parishes, see if maybe the Alleghanian spotted skunk still exists in part of our state. So that might be where we go from there, trying some different methodologies such as Mastella boxes to look for them. We still have a project ongoing right now for long-tailed weasels. So those are two species that we can look for in conjunction with each other. As for reasons for its extirpation, really, we still don't even know what has caused the long-term declines of the species, and I'm not sure if we'll ever really know. It could be habitat loss or fragmentation, loss of microhabitat features such as that cover that they really require. Infectious pathogens such as canine distemper. We know that spotted skunks are particularly susceptible to canine distemper. Also pesticide use, since we mentioned that they're insectivorous, they could be susceptible to pesticides that we commonly use in agriculture. So with that, I can take any questions if I've got time. All right. It's another fun picture of a cow that stuck its head in one of our buckets, so. Sure. So Sigmadon, yeah, the hispid cotton rat. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Yeah, so sigmadons are kind of a little bit more opportunistic. They're a rat species, so they're nest depredators. They eat insects. They'll eat seeds. They'll eat pretty much whatever they can find. So it seems unlikely that it's related to that, but I'm not really sure. Yes. Not that I know of. The question was, has anyone done eDNA work to try to locate them? And I'm not aware of any of that. I know that there's been projects where they've used detection dogs to try to find them, and that's been met with some success. All right.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our last talk will be Robert Dobbs. He's going to talk about concerns and potential impacts of nearshore wind energy development.
All right, thanks everybody for hanging around for the last talk. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. I'm not going to be talking about results of research, but really identifying some research that needs to happen and why. And so I'm going to be talking about, coastal and migratory birds in Louisiana, status, vulnerability, and the importance of coastal and nearshore habitats. But I'm going to do all that in the context of the short title, which is in the program, which is exactly, our concerns and potential impacts, potential negative impacts of nearshore wind energy development. So before I really get into that, I want to provide a little context. Prior to 6 months ago, if you had heard about offshore wind in Louisiana, it was probably in reference to well offshore. About a couple of years ago, a lease was put into place by BOEM in federal waters, some 50-something miles south of Cameron. But what we're really concerned about here is development of wind energy in state waters. When I talk about nearshore, I'm really synonymous for state waters for this talk. And so about 3 months ago, 2 operating agreements were put into place by the state in Louisiana waters, one south of Fouchon and extending west across sort of the mouth of Terrebonne Bay, and one in Cameron Parish. And so why are we, concerned about this at all with respect to birds? Honestly, we're experiencing a biodiversity crisis with birds, North American birds. With birds, we're really lucky because we have some long-term, really continental scale, rigorous, and well-replicated surveys that have been going on since the 1960s. And so we have pretty good data, pretty good ability to estimate population trends for especially land birds in North America. And more than half of U.S. bird species are in decline. We've had a net loss of an estimated 2.9 billion birds over the last 50 years. And so to put that in terms that are more digestible by probably most of our brains, that's about a 28% loss of breeding birds in the last 15 years. And so, 50 years. And so this is for, due to a number of causes, right? Habitat loss and conversion, really important, but a number of human-caused sort of more small-scale sources of mortality are sort of ubiquitous across the landscape. And these things include things like collisions with buildings, vehicles, communication towers, and wind turbines, and a number of other sources. Which species are declining? It is important to note that not all guilds are declining, right? So waterfowl and water birds in general are doing pretty well over the last 50 years. But and when a lot of folks think about Louisiana birds, that's what we think about, and understandably, right? We see a lot of water birds. They're bigger birds. They're just really visible, right? But most of our birds, most of our Louisiana species actually belong to these 3 guilds that I'm going to talk about right here. So eastern forest birds, I'm showing with a prairie warbler there in the top right. That guild has declined by an estimated 27% over the last 50 years. Shorebirds, which I'm showing by those stilt sandpipers in the bottom right, shorebirds have declined by an estimated 33% in the last 50 years. And grassland birds, similar story, 34% in the last 50 years. And coastal and nearshore Louisiana is very important for all of these guilds for a few reasons. One, we lie at the heart of the Mississippi Flyway, right? I think we all recognize that. And then within the Mississippi Flyway, we lie at the crossroads of 2 specific migratory pathways. So we're showing that in the bottom right there. Migratory birds that spend the non-breeding season in northern South America, Central America. Many of those birds come across the Gulf. They cross the Gulf in the spring from south to north. And they do similar flights in the fall going from north to south. A smaller number of birds, species, tend to go around the coastal bend of Mexico and Texas and enter Louisiana from the west. So we're right at that intersection. And this is a very high diversity of birds that do this. About 330 bird species of 55 families use these coastal and nearshore habitats at some point in their annual cycle. I sort of picked out 5 species to represent that diversity. These birds all do very different things, right? Common nighthawk, that's an aerial insectivore, primarily active at night. A whimbrel there, that's a shorebird. Swallowtail kite, that's a raptor. And 2 species of eastern forest birds. So these birds, when they're on the ground, they do very different things, right? They use different habitats, they're active at different times, they eat different foods. And they occur on the coastal areas and nearshore waters at different times of the year. But they all share the need for that aerospace habitat, the aerial habitat in the nearshore waters at some point during the year. And that is sort of a concept that hasn't been recognized very well until relatively recently. That aerial habitat, that aerospace, lower atmosphere is important bird habitat. So, you know, there are a number of technologies that have emerged in the last 20 years. This is reminiscent of some of the stuff Paul talked about, where we can actually look at what individuals are doing throughout their full annual cycle. So just a couple of examples here using some of those same species. Common nighthawks in spring and fall. These birds were equipped with GPS satellite transmitters, and they converge on the Gulf in southbound migration and northbound migration. Sort of a similar but different story with whimbrel. These birds have been tracked all year, and they come up north through the Gulf, Louisiana waters in the spring, and then they take a different route to the wintering grounds. The point here is that these technologies can allow us to look, you know, clearly here we're looking at hemispheric scale movements. Well, we can use some of these same technologies to look at how individuals are using, you know, our nearshore waters. To look at a sort of a bigger picture, sort of a population scale of how birds are using these areas in migration, you know, we can't tag all of the birds. We need a different tool. And so weather surveillance radar allows us to look at the intensity and timing of migration essentially in real time. This has been used since the 1960s. It was actually developed right here in large part at LSU. And so you have your radar beam sort of in the top left, and that scans the sky a certain diameter, and it picks up, you know, precipitation, and it also picks up birds. The images on the bottom right, that's a typical really good, strong migration day in the spring. That's the Lake Charles radar. Birds leave a really distinctive signal on the radar, right? So if you look at those bottom 4 panels especially, that red is really evenly pixelated. There's not a lot of variation in there that you might see if there was precipitation mixed in. And this is a really strong day because those are birds, all that red on the bottom are birds coming up from the south. They start showing up in the afternoon, and then they continue north and on the sides of that radar, and it creates a really cool, you know, distinctive donut shape. That's a classic bird migration day. A handful of years ago, Horton et al. Used 21 years of weather radar data from Lake Charles and 10 other stations across the northern Gulf, and quantified that 2.1 billion birds pass over the Gulf each spring. Importantly, about half of these individuals pass during only an 18-day period in the spring, late April to early May. And that has important implications on how, you know, we might provide guidance on how these operators could minimize potential impact to birds in spring. In fall, it's much different. It's a much more protracted passage. But in spring, that was an important take home from this research. Another important point here is that the western Gulf of Mexico, which is about more or less Terrebonne Parish and west, has the highest passage rates in the Gulf, 5.4 times higher than farther east. And so our concerns with nearshore wind development and these trans-Gulf migratory birds primarily revolves around collisions, right? There's really no precedent for evaluating the effects of wind turbines on trans-Gulf migrant birds or on any system where you have millions, even billions of birds passing by the edge of a huge ecological barrier like the Gulf of Mexico. We know that collisions occur on oil platforms based on, relatively limited observational data from the late 90s, 200,000 to 320,000 birds a year. We can expect arriving and departing migrants in the rotor sweep zone, we think, based on some altitude measurements of migrant altitude in coastal areas and on the East Coast. We also know that poor weather, fog, rain, north winds confronting a northbound bird in the spring, for example, puts those birds flying at much lower altitudes than they might otherwise. Lighting is another problem, a potential problem. These images here are not from a platform in the Gulf, they're from a lighthouse in Maine, but similar events occur pretty regularly on platforms in the Gulf. And that is because these lights, especially in fog, birds use celestial cues to migrate, and most of these birds, I should say, migrate at night. They can get confused by these lights and basically circle those platforms until they collide. And so, lighting is another important concern for turbines. So now I want to shift from talking about these trans-Gulf migrant birds that are just passing through our state waters once or twice a year, and talk about some of our coastal birds that are, using these habitats most, or in many cases, all of the year. Talk about a couple different sort of groups here. The first is threatened and endangered species. We have 2 species of shorebirds that are threatened under the ESA. One is piping plover, and one is red knot. Both of these birds breed farther north, but based on their migration phenology, they occur in Louisiana the vast majority of the year, mid-July through April, basically. And so even though they don't breed here, they're essentially here most of the year. These birds use intertidal habitats right along the coast, beaches, barrier islands, and associated tidal wetlands. But they do move among localities in Louisiana and between neighboring states. And we don't know how they do that, right? They may fly right along the beach, which they may not encounter turbines, but they may fly across that 3-mile band of nearshore waters, state waters, which could put them at risk of collision as well. Louisiana's coastal water birds are incredibly important in the regional and in some cases continental context. So, for example, Louisiana hosts a sandwich tern population of 75,000 breeding individuals. That's ranks #1 among northern Gulf of Mexico states, right? We're the most important state for that species as far as breeding population. And a very similar story occurs for a number of other species: brown pelican, Forster's tern, royal tern, black skimmer. All of these birds, up to half, and in some cases 80% plus of these populations in the Northern Gulf use Louisiana. So Louisiana is very important. This is a map of the distribution of those colonies in the big picture, sort of the larger bodied birds. Those are the birds that are detected by that aerial nest photography that John talked about. All the birds that I mentioned in the previous slide, and a number of others like reddish egret, little blue heron, gold tern, and others. So the coast is dotted with these colonies, essentially east of the Atchafalaya River mouth. Farther west, we also have colonial nesting water birds, but it's a small species. It's a species of greatest conservation need called the least tern. And these are just small-bodied birds that are not picked up by that sampling protocol that we've been using since 2010. So concerns with colonial water birds are a little more complicated. We're certainly concerned about risk when these birds are flying, between colonies and foraging areas. Collision there's another sort of component of collision, and that is if turbines and the infrastructure associated with them create sort of artificial reef habitats and increase forage fish availability, then those birds might be drawn actually into the areas of the turbines, which could conceivably increase risk of collision further. We're also concerned about displacement or avoidance behavior with these birds, and that is if something about these turbines, is unappealing to the birds and they don't forage in some radius around those turbines, well, that's good for collision, but it takes that foraging habitat off the table for them. That reduces foraging habitat availability, potentially. And so, that could have effects back to the colonies. It's important to recognize that, the turbine doesn't have to be immediately adjacent to the colonies be an issue, because these birds leave the colonies every day, go out some distance. We're really data limited on that, how far they go out. But they go out some distance to bring food back to the colony, right? So there's been a little bit of work on royal terns, for example, mean maximum distance of birds flying out from Raccoon Island in the Île-d'Yniers, close to 8 miles. So, turbines in that Île-d'Yniers area could potentially be an issue. In addition to, just biological concerns, we also, as a department, have, I think, economic sort of resource allocation concerns. And so in the bottom graph there, that's sort of just keeping that colony distribution for context. We have 6 coastal WMAs and refuges between Grand Isle and Cameron. And those are managed, at least in part, for some of these very birds that we're talking about. The state has also allocated approximately $70 million, I think, at this point, in restoration projects through monies allocated to the state for bird restoration as a result of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill settlement. And that's Queen Bess Island in Barataria Bay, HNC Island in Terrebonne Bay, and Rabbit Island, which John talked about. And so we've invested a lot of resources in these birds. And so there's a strong concern, a real concern from that perspective about putting up turbines, in this vicinity. This is a wind energy risk assessment map that American Bird Conservancy put out a few years ago. I think if the department was going to draw a map, it would look very similar to this, right? The critically important areas in red there, all along the coast, centered on the colonies. The Western Gulf, basically a high importance area. That's that Trans-Gulf migratory bird pathway. And so, really what our main problem is, well, we have a few problems. One of our problems right now is information gaps and data needs, right? So we need vulnerability risk assessments, right? What is the risk of collision for these different guilds? There's really, bird response to wind energy infrastructure is really only available for offshore wind farms in Europe, off the east coast of the US, off the west coast of the US, and really for large-bodied birds and not near colonies. And so we need research that fills some of these data needs. So for these trans-Gulf migrants, things like using mobile radar units or acoustic monitoring on platforms in the nearshore waters could inform, things about, flight altitude, variation in flight altitude, and how that's affected by different factors and when. For colonial water birds and other species, we need more information on, home range size, foraging distances, and flight behavior. So flight speed and flight altitude are all important. And some of these data could be collected using tracking studies, use GPS or similar technologies to track individuals. For colonial water birds, as well as waterfowl, more aerial and vessel-based surveys could also inform, identification of activity hotspots. And so that's just my summary. I don't need to repeat it. I do want to say, I probably sounds like an anti-wind talk. It's not an anti-wind talk. It's simply that, I think renewable energy is important, but we need to do it in the smartest way, using data-driven information to best site and to best operate, and ultimately to mitigate any potential negative effects. And thanks. Yeah, I think it could be at times, especially in poor weather, right? I think it's even more an issue with nearshore because they're probably flying at lower altitudes, even in the absence of challenging weather conditions, right? Because in many cases they're coming down to land or they're launching from the coast. But I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There certainly could be a lot of scenarios well offshore where that could be an issue as well. Yeah. No idea. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really not familiar with the concept. I mean, I think industry is amenable to, doing things. Yeah, there is research going on, at least for terrestrial wind, like things like painting turbine blades different colors to make them more visible to birds. And I think the industry is, at least in our discussions with them to date, are amenable to similar sorts of things offshore. But we just haven't gotten very far down that road. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there. No, absolutely. There's a whole lot of potential there. There are products now that allow us to predict, migration based on radar data and weather data that are available right now. I think the challenge there is going to be actually to get the operators and or the state regulators to either the operators to voluntarily do it or to get that somehow in the regulatory language. And I think that might be a big ask. It's definitely doable from a understanding when it needs to happen. Actually getting them to do it could be a different story. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It was 18 days. Yeah, that'd be ideal. That'd be completely ideal. Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm certainly going to be brief. I know it's at the end of the day and a lot of you come long distances and have a long way to travel. So before we conclude, just like to see if we could give a round of applause to the presenters as well as those that put the symposium on, as well as our supporters. Thank y'all. Look, we have, I guess, Jeff, what, 4 years ago was the last time before COVID that we've had this symposium. I'm glad to see that we're trying to get this back on schedule. I think we've all learned a lot. This symposium, hopefully what we set out to do has been accomplished in that we're highlighting some of the work that our staff is undertaking and some of those results so that we can take some of that back and, be part of our knowledge bank to manage the wildlife species. So I greatly appreciate, that dedication and hard work to our staff. I appreciate, look, we've got Office of Wildlife, Office of Fisheries folks here. We've got some of our partners here, some LSU representatives. So there's a lot of interest in what you do. We had presentations on habitat management and vegetation response all the way up to Rob's presentation on wind energy and potential impacts. I don't know about y'all. I learned a little bit. I'm going to buy an ultraviolet light and I'm going to look for some unstriped scorpions pretty soon. Okay. But look, again, a lot of discussion and good questions asked. I appreciate the attention. I know it's been a long day, but hey, thank y'all for coming and be safe.
I'm not sure whose these are, but there's a pair of glasses up here if someone left them.
Shanks.